Good morning, everyone. We're going to start in about a few seconds here. So please have a seat. So, okay.
Los dos cambios de mano, son distintos con el vídeo, sección 0, entonces 61.
Right. So good morning, everyone. Welcome to the continuation of the 184th Caribbean Council meeting. We're going to start with a roll call. I'll start on my right this time. Jennifer.
Jennifer Lee, NOAA Fisheries, Southeast Regional Office.
Roberto Sabater, council member.
Kate Zamboni, NOAA Office of General Counsel.
Andy Strelchek, Regional Administrator, NOAA Fisheries.
Diana Martino, Council Staff.
Yodelon, Council Staff.
Color Fishery Council Chair.
Vanessa Ramirez, Vice Chair.
Ricardo Lopez, Puerto Rico DNR.
Good morning, Jean-Pierre Oriol, Virgin Islands DPNR.
Good morning, James Craiglow, Council Member, St. Thomas.
Buenos días, María López, NOAA Fisheries.
Buenos días, Graciela García Moliner, Council Staff.
Buenos días, Lea Rivera García, Council Staff.
Buenos días, Cristina Olan, Council Staff.
Good morning, Ana Salceda, a Big Fish Initiative.
Good morning, all. Vance Vicente, SSC Chair.
Good morning, Julian McGrath, Chair, DAP, St. Thomas, St. John.
Good morning, everyone. Nelson Crespo, DAP Chair, Puerto Rico.
Buenos días a todos. Gerson Martínez, Staff Chair, St. Croix.
Good morning, Marta Prada, Council Scientific Liaison.
Buenos días, María Irizarry, Council Staff.
Good morning, Daniel Matos Caraballo, Puerto Rico Department of Natural and Environmental Resources.
Good morning, Lee Fletcher, Bioimpact.
Buenos días, Leandri de la Cruz, Port Sampler and Fisheries Liaison, Fish Island.
Good morning, Wilson Santiago, Puerto Rico Fisheries Liaison.
Buenos días, Kiara Matías, Council Staff.
Good morning, Kevin McCarthy, Southeast Fisheries Science Center.
Good morning, Miguel Borges, NOAA Office of Law Enforcement.
Good morning, Pat O'Shaughnessy, NOAA's Office of Law Enforcement.
Good morning, Sinai Haptis, VIDPNR, and EBFM TAP Chair.
Buenos días, Janet Ramos García, Outreach and Education, panel.
Okay, and online?
Okay. We have in Zoom Alida Ortiz Sotomayor, Elizabeth Van Roering, Jack McGovern, Yashira Torres, Marcos Hanke, Nicole Gris, Nikhil Mehta, Rachel O'Malley, Raúl Ortiz, Refik Orun, Richard Appledorn, Virginia Sherbet, and Anthony Eliso.
Thank you, Christina. So before we get started on the agenda, we have a couple things happening here. We're gonna have Marcos Hankey talk to us about descending devices while he's out at sea on board his vessel, and then we'll have Jennifer talk about Section 7. Okay. We'll do a video first, and then we're gonna have a closed session for voting members only from 1 to 1:30.
That's Paradise Island.
Good morning. We are ready with the video, but Marcos, are you going to share something before or not? No?
We got the video,
Okay.
then Marcos.
Thanks.
You here as well, sir? Yeah. He's in a better place. It's in his boat. No sé, yo soy en el boat.
En la oficina.
Nos fuimos de pesca. La mar en condiciones perfectas. Llegamos a la zona para hacer la pesca vertical y de fondo. La pica estuvo bien encendida. Pescamos y liberamos sobre 10 especies distintas. Ya llegué al fondo, lo estoy levantando el jig. Vamos a ver si hay pescadito en esta zona.
Si es un pez muy pequeño que está en veda, lo vamos a soltar. Cerca de 400 pies.
Está inflado, Marco. Vamos a explotarle la vejiga.
No. Eso no se hace más, man.
No, pero es que yo lo he hecho, o sea, está mal.
Sí, la gente lo hace, pero eso hace daño al pescado.
Y yo que siempre lo perforo con un cuchillo. Eso no se hace, porque se desangra el estómago y no se vacía la vejiga. Ahora con el salvapeje, estos aparaticos con plomos, puedo llevarlos a la profundidad, donde la presión recomprime y así no se quedan flotando. Y no se los regalamos a las tijeretas.
Así que es mucho más fácil ponerlo como si fuera un anzuelo por la boca abajo y soltarlo.
Hay que estar listos con el salvapeje a la mano, para cuando le quitemos el anzuelo, bajarlo de una. Este pescado lo queremos liberar porque no da las medidas y es muy pequeño, una colirrubia, y la vamos a liberar porque está inflada y vamos a utilizar un descending device, un salvapeje, y Marco me va a enseñar a cómo utilizarlo.
Es el Equalizer, que parece un boca grip, que lo aguanta, lo puede colgar el pescado ahí, de la mano. Tengo una varita aquí ya ready to go. Ahora cuando él baje, se va oxigenando mientras baja. Cuando llegue a 50 pies se suelta automáticamente, abre por presión.
Ah, ok.
Y entonces
sí, él automáticamente a esa profundidad va a abrirse.
Está programado para eso.
Ok.
Evitamos el tiburón, llegamos al fondo y el pescado tiene chance de sobrevivir.
Salvapeje funcionó, me gusta. Consigue el tuyo gratis, mientras duren en el Consejo de Administración Pesquera del Caribe.
Mr. Chairman, we'd like to allow the start of the show, Marcos Hanke, to say something. Marcos?
Can you hear me, guys?
Yes.
Hello, everyone.
I'm here fishing today with my descending device on hand, ready to go. And thank you so much for the opportunity to present this video that pursued the idea of using and showing on our species, the red hind, the yellowtail, all the ones that have regulation are going to have a regulatory release on the NATO groupers, and all of that is applied for many of the species that we care so much for it. And thank you for the opportunity, and I hope you enjoyed the video, and I hope you keep moving forward with educational tools and tools that are handy for the fishermen, made for fishermen, by fishermen in the U.S. Caribbean. Thank you so much, guys.
Okay, very quick. This video was put together by Marcos, Christina, Dr. Michelle Shatter. She was in charge. And it will be used by liaison officers in a program that we are going to start this year. Russell Dung is an official of the National Marine Fisheries Service with Carlos and Marcos some time ago. And he was the one who produced the mini grant for the council to acquire the descending devices. We are going to through the liaison officers and the three chairs of the DAPs and anybody who can collaborate, meet in St. Thomas and John, St. Croix, and Puerto Rico with fishers to show them the video. By the way, the video will be available on our webpage. Anna is crazy about the video, and she's going to be distributing the video across the Caribbean, because in many other countries, they have the need for this type of device. And so we would like to thank Rosaldon for his effort. Rest assured, and we're going to have to give him a report of what we had done with the grant that he gave us at Brown Fisheries. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Christina.
Cristina Olan for the record. I also want to mention that the team want to share that the target audience of this video is fishers from 20 to 60 years that do mostly vertical jigging in the Caribbean. Also that the name Salvapeje came out of a survey that we conducted very in an informal way during MREP. They proposed several names, and Salvapeje is a name that was preferred by the fishers that were participating in the workshop. Also, again, to say thank you to Dr. Michelle Sharer for this idea and this wonderful team of Pichon, Eliso, and Marcos.
Thank you. Kevin?
Thanks, Kevin McCarthy, Southeast Fisheries Science Center. Marcos, I don't, excuse me, I don't know if you're still online, but I'd like to recognize that you've come up with the best way to attend this meeting or any meeting from the boat. But thanks for the great work. Really, really excellent video. Great ideas. Thanks for, I knew you wouldn't stay away for long. So thanks for still participating, Marcos. And I hope you don't have a charter out there with you. But if you do, good fishing either way. I hope it goes well today.
Okay, thank you, Marcos. Good to see you again. And I'm putting in my order for a Wahoo.
So, Mr. Chairman, now we have Jennifer, we're going to have a presentation on Section 7. Remember, we started looking about ESA yesterday. So this is an opportunity to get more information and to understand what Section 7 means.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I do have a presentation, which I believe they're getting up now. But I can just start by saying I'm Jennifer Lee. I work in NOAA Fisheries. I've worked there now for 20 years in Protected Resources Division. And so I'm here for you anytime you have protected resources questions. I can always be your point of contact to help you navigate through whatever you need. And so, yeah, so yesterday, Ori, mentioned Section 7 consultations as the next step when a species has been listed. Some of you may not really be familiar what that means. So I'm here just to share a little bit about the Section 7 consultation process and really specific to you guys here and the council members and fishermen and what you need to know about it. Get started. So I'm not going to, my slide I will say is not plain language, but I'm going to describe this in plain language for you. So in Endangered Species Act, Section 7 consultation is a process with substantive, procedural, and timing requirements that each federal agency must, anytime they have a federal action that they authorize, fund, or carry out, they must consult with NOAA Fisheries or the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, depending on the species that may be affected, to ensure that their action in the context of everything else going on is not likely to make things, essentially, I'll just say, worse off for the listed species or the critical habitat. So the habitat that's essential for their conservation. And so this process is a way to step through and determine whether or not that action is going to, have adverse effects that are going to impact the species as a whole. The process is initiated really with the federal action agency coming to NOAA Fisheries or the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, sharing information about their action and where it's occurring and its potential impacts. So they're taking the first look and preliminary determining what they think the impacts are going to be, and then NOAA Fisheries Service then is either concurring that their action is not likely to adversely affect listed species or critical habitat, so not even really at an individual level, or if there are adverse effects, NOAA Fisheries is issuing a biological opinion, which looks at that action and whether or not they're ensuring that no jeopardy standard or no destruction or adverse modification. Next slide. So in terms of what you need to know about Section 7 consultations for our federally managed fisheries, so the fact that NOAA Fisheries authorizes fisheries through the approval of FMPs and our regulations implementing those FMPs, that's a federal action that's subject to that Section 7 consultation requirements under the Endangered Species Act. How we satisfy that is we maintain consultations that comprehensively address the effects of the fishery management regime. So again, the FMP and all its regulations and amendments on any ESA listed species that may be affected. So may be affected is the trigger for consultation. If there's overlap and we think there's potential effects, then that's when that consultation process kicks in. And then in this case, we are both the federal agency that is taking the action. So we're the federal action agency, but we're also, because we administer the ESA, we're also the consulting agency. And a biological opinion, just so if you're not familiar with that is, it's really the end product of a formal consultation. So one of the ones where we think there are adverse effects. And it really just provides that record for the effects of the federal agency action and whether or not it's meeting that standard that I just said, as far as we're really just making sure things aren't worse off for those species or protected or critical habitat. Slide. So where do you come in here as council members? As I said, this is a federal action agency process. But we do recognize, of course, that while you're not a federal agency, you have a really unique role in, of course, as being our partner in developing these fishery management actions that we then must comply with Section 7 on. So we actually do have a policy directive that basically outlines how we integrate complying with Section 7 consultations with our Magnuson-Stevens Act processes. And we really do this through front loading, through coming to you just as I am today, just as Ori did yesterday, providing that initial information about our species and how they may be impacted, giving you that information to then when you're doing your fishery management, you can think about them and try to make sure that you are ensuring that not likely to jeopardize and doing what's needed to try to protect that species. And so this policy, it is under revision to really strengthen that early engagement cooperation. And, you know, Miguel will be discussing it at the, and Andy at the May Council Coordination Committee meeting. Next slide. And so as far as these biological opinions, once we get them done, it's not just the end, right? Because you are of course, you know, federal fisheries management is a static, or, you know, it's always changing, right? You're always doing things here. So we need to make sure that as your fishery changes and as your management changes, that the standard's still being met. So anytime a new action that's going to modify this regime of fishery management in a way that is going to cause effects that we didn't consider in the biological opinion for a formal consultation. So if something you're doing makes that biological opinion no longer right, then we basically need to reinitiate. That's not the only reason why we reinitiate. So in addition, there's 3 other reasons why we might reinitiate on a biological opinion. We can have the extent of the impacts, so the incidental take statements, and can be exceeded, in which case fishery hasn't changed or your fishery management isn't really changed. But something that we've learned about the species suddenly makes it worse off for those listed species. Well, then we still need to reinitiate because our biop again isn't really correct, right? It's we need to look at whatever it is that we now know. And then that last reinitiation trigger is if we have a new species that's listed or a critical habitat that's designated that may be affected by the action. And I bolded it here because obviously that's part of why we're here today, right? Is we're talking about that we have some new listed species that may be affected. And so that's why it's important that we share and make sure you understand what this process is and what we're doing. Next slide. So actually in August I came, or actually I didn't come. I really wish I came. In August, I was painfully on the phone trying to present to you about the last completed biological opinion, last completed Section 7 consultation that comprehensively looked at your new FMPs. And so I shared a lot of information about that, and I'm not going to get into it today other than to remind you that if you have questions about what we have out there now, look back at August. I do have a link for the biological opinion, but I summarized its findings and the incidental take statements all back in August for you. Next slide. And so we are here today because we do have some new species in critical habitat, either proposed for listing or designation or final, that have been issued since September 2020. And what I mean by that is that when we did that biological opinion, we didn't consider these species because they weren't listed yet. So again, in the interest of trying to share information with you, also in August, you got some presentations that tried to catch you up on some of these new proposals and listings. So the critical habitat for the 5 Caribbean corals, that's now final as of August 2023. Our NASA group for critical habitat that finalized in January of this year. The Queen Conch, which you just heard about, finalized in February. And then we do still have a couple proposals out there. We have a proposal for pillar coral to be uplisted from threatened to endangered. It's just not out yet. And then the green sea turtle critical habitat proposal that came out in July. And again, it's not out there yet. So these are all things that the BIOP didn't look at. Next slide. So what are we doing to prepare here for reinitiating Section 7 consultation on any of these new listed species or critical habitat that may be affected? And so I mentioned how we are both sides in terms of we are the action agency and the consulting agency. So Sustainable Fisheries serves as in that role of being the action agency. And they get together with the Protected Resources Division of CIRO, serving as that consulting agency role. And we've been working together to kind of get ahead and plan for any reinitiation needs. And there's actually a process called a conference, which is kind of like a biological or a consultation before you even before a species is listed, so that you can prepare. But essentially, it's just thinking about these proposals and what may be the effects and what we might need to do. So in talking based on our preliminary discussions for Nassau grouper, critical habitat, and then if finalized, the pillar coral uplisting, same thing, also the green sea turtle critical habitat, if that's finalized. We think those particular species are not likely to be adversely affected by any of your island-based FMPs. So that would mean that that we would just do an informal consultation and document our concurrence with that finding. And we shouldn't have to actually do a full biological analysis on those or a biological opinion. For critical habitat for the 5 Caribbean corals and queen conch, we do think those are likely to be adversely affected by one or more of the island-based FMPs. And so those will require formal consultation or reinitiation of that biological opinion we already have to go ahead and add those new analysis to that biological opinion and amend it. Next slide. And so again, you know, we've started these conversations. We're starting to think about things. Our sustainable fisheries back in December, they did go ahead and request to Protected Resources Division that we reinitiate to address those 5 Caribbean coral species critical habitat, which may be adversely affected. So that one we've you know, we've acknowledged, they've requested the consultation. The sustainable fisheries are also working on requesting that the scope of the new consultation be expanded to address queen conch and also Nassau grouper critical habitat. And I know I mentioned that one, you know, sustainable fisheries believes it's just not likely to adversely affect, but it would still be, you know, again, where we're talking about, we want to have that comprehensive record. And then SFD has already worked on preparing a biological assessment for queen conch. And I highlighted that word because you might be wondering what that is, or, you know, I don't want you to confuse it, but it's basically that initial assessment where the action agency role of CRO is looking at their action and the potential effects and how they what they preliminary think in terms of whether or not it's likely to jeopardize or result in that destruction or adverse modification. Oh, sorry, this is queen conch, so we're just talking species right now, jump the gun there. But anyways, they did prepare that biological assessment, and then SFD is also working with PRD to assemble information needed to conduct the consultation on the other species. And so really, like I said, initially, it's up to the action agency to try to get that information together. That's the best available information out there so that we then can use that information to conduct that consultation. And PRD has already assigned an internal team that's going to be conducting that consultation once we have the information that we need. And so we're just really in that, you know, prep stage, trying to make sure that we have, you know, all our ducks in order to kick this off and work with you. And at this time, the 2020 biological opinion that I mentioned, you know, we envisioned that this is basically, we're going to amend that biological opinion to address these new listed species in critical habitat. And that's just because we think the existing analyses on the other species that we've already consulted on at this point, we think those will remain unchanged unless a new reinitiation trigger has been met. But right now, you know, we don't have evidence that we've exceeded that take or that you're doing something that's different from the biop. And that's really about what I have, but I really encourage you to, ask any questions now, later.
I told you I was going to be the idiot for this meeting. The consultation process for the queen conch. Can you explain a little bit more what is that process? Do we have public hearings? Is the process within the agency? How the process is done when we have this requirement?
Sure, I'd be happy to do that. So, so it's not public, meetings. It's not a rulemaking. It's just, it's a process by which we, look at the potential impacts and basically, you consider the status of the species and what other things are happening in an action area. And so Sustainable Fisheries initially, like I said, for Queen Conch, they've prepared a biological assessment, which is their, thoughts on, okay, let's look at this and where's the overlap and how much conch do we land and things like that. And they're stepping through. So that's kind of the first part of it is SF is working on that information. In terms of the, how to get engaged in the process, even though it's a federal process, that's where I mentioned how we do bring information right here to your council meetings and share a little bit about what we think the impacts are. And so we're able to provide you information as we go through the process in updates and things like that. Ultimately, then the consulting agency side is going to be writing that biological opinion, making the determination of whether or not it's likely to jeopardize or not. We will then be thinking, we basically figure out how much of Queen Conch will be impacted. And then we also look at how we can potentially minimize that amount. So really it's think of any way I can say it better, but does that answer?
Yeah, and the other thing is that benefit to the council, we have to advertise our meetings 30 days before the meeting. So if you have anything that the council should hear regarding especially the Queen Conch, when you're ready, then the door is open for you to give the presentation. The deadline for the August meeting is July 11th. For the December meeting is November the 5th. If not, it could be done next year. So that way all the council members will be abreast of what the process is, the status of the process regarding Section 7 for the Queen Conch and the other species that you mentioned.
I love that. And we'll definitely provide you updates. And, again, the reason why it's important that that we're coordinating is that biological opinion is looking at how the fishery is managed. So we also are tracking what you're doing here. So if as you're working through, for example, your rebuilding plan, that's something that we're evaluating under Section 7. And so, so it'll be sort of it's going to take a little bit to make sure that we have that proposed action defined and that we're consulting on sort of your plans for moving forward.
Thank you very much.
Maria?
Maria Lopez, Nova Fisheries. Thank you, Jenny, for the information. We just want to say that we work very closely with Protected Resources and Jenny and her team. And if you look at the amendments and the draft amendments and as part of the description of the environment of each one of the islands, we tip the biological environment. We also include in all the amendments information about all the listed species, the critical habitat, and the process where we are in terms of if they have been an assessment or a biological opinion or consultation, informal consultations, all of that. You can, every time that we prepare an action, like a council prepares an action, that part, we include all of that information. And when the effects of the actions are analyzed, we always include how the action would affect or would not affect ESA listed species or critical habitat, the same as essential fish habitat, based on those consultations that we have had with Protected Resources. So that's also a very good way of knowing what's been done and what are the effects. Are we expecting any effects, or where we are in terms of the process of consultation. And because it's something that, as Jenny mentioned, we have to do for all of the actions and see how our actions would affect the listed species of the critical habitat. And we do the same. We also, okay. No. So we also do the same for habitat, for essential fish habitat. So it's part of the things that we have to do. Thank you.
Graciela.
So following up on essential fish habitat, when people send all this information for things that they want to do we have a mapper where we keep all this in a GIS type of format? I mean, I know we have all the paperwork and when people are submitting their papers to do something, but do we have actually the maps that they provide in shapefiles, or they're supplied as a PDF type of thing? And I'm thinking in terms of the cumulative impacts for descriptions of habitat, etc., on the fishery side.
Yeah, well, I can share some websites. I mean, what we do have is we try to provide our federal action agencies information on how to step through the process. So we have some really good information out there on, where our species occur and, potential routes of effect. And there is something called a Section 7 mapper. So where you can look and, if your project is in a particular area, you can, see what listed species are there and what you may need to consult on. So there are tools available, and I'd be happy to, talk specifically with you. Obviously, in the case of the consultations that we do on your fisheries, the scope is broad. Your FMPs are island based, right? So it's a large area, but.
Maria.
Maria Lopez, and not related to protected resources, and I know I brought it up, is essential fish habitat, which is habitat, another division and another thing that we had to do. With respect to that, there is a mapper, Graciela, right here. Okay, there's NOAA Fisheries has a resource and an EFH mapper tool that it's available to see that.
Commissioner.
Morning. So I actually have a non-fisheries related question to the Section 7 process. Does NIMS consult with the Corps during the conference or biological opinion process? And the reason why I'm asking that is because, particularly for the listed species, going back to the acroporids, there was the opportunity, in my opinion, to at least have initial consultation for the nationwide activities, which are deemed, by the Corps of Engineers, who has to issue the 404 permits for, I think waters and harbors, those lists of nationwide permits are considered minor activities. But yet when the acroporids were being listed, there was no consultation in advance on, let's say, almost treating it like a general permit and getting some opinion on there. Is that being considered for the new species that are being listed right now at all?
Yeah, so I did share again that the Section 7 consultation responsibility is for all federal agencies. So Army Corps, just like NOAA Fisheries, every federal agency has to comply with Section 7 on their activities. In terms of the scope of how we consult on different activities, we have been making a lot of progress on doing more programmatic consultations for larger activities. So it's to our benefit too to look at things at a bigger scope and not be doing all these tiny little consultations everywhere. So we do programmatic consultations on federal agency activities, and yeah, we NOAA Fisheries, just as I'm sharing information with you about these new listed species and potential effects and the need to consult. we have a whole branch in protected resources that does interagency consultations, and they too are preparing other federal agencies on how they'll need to conduct these consultations.
So I guess it is that branch then doing that specific, like looking at a programmatic. The last I heard about a programmatic was trying to get a programmatic permit for all the coral outplantings and coral nurseries, trees that are being outplanted. They have structure with them, so they technically need a Corps of Engineers permit. I'm trying to work through that, but again, there and the reason why I bring it up is because we've had over the last 15 years, several species of coral listed in the US Caribbean, even more listed in the Pacific. But there are these minor activities that aren't part of that programmatic discussion, and particularly near shore, inshore activities as it relates to harbors, like harbor dredging, where there isn't really any of the resources themselves, because that would enable the states and territories not to have to do a separate consultation for each individual project.
I will be happy to follow up and get the answer to your question. And I can hook you up with, with our lead on those interagency consultations that would know best the answer to your question. So I don't want to off the cuff just take a stab, because I just don't know exactly where we are with programmatics in that particular case. I do know in general, that's definitely the way we've been moving, is more programmatics to help streamline for action agencies and ourselves these consultations. And I'd be happy to look that up for you.
Thank you.
Julian?
Yeah, good morning. Julian McGrath for the record. I'm going to go back to the conch. I'm here sitting and a million things is running through my mind, but the listing of threatened for everyone. When this rebuilding plan is written, is different rules of the plan going to be for the different sectors? In other words, we have the Caribbean Fishery Management here, which manages Puerto Rico and the USVI. From the numbers I've been looking at throughout the Caribbean, it's showing that in this section, we are harvesting less than 1% of the conch. So when setting rules and regulations, because we know they come in some way, somehow, would that be taken into consideration? And I'm drawing an example. Right now, with the fishers overrun an ACL, accountability measures kick in. So we got to scale back the fishing year in order to make up for that overrun. So I want to know if some kind of equation is going to be used for each different area. Let's use Belize as an example. They export 880,000 pounds of conch annually. That's just exported. That's not what's kept on the island. So let's say it's over 1 million pounds. Between Puerto Rico and the USVI, we average somewhere around 300,000 to 350,000 pounds. And that's just Belize alone. So if we take all the different Caribbean islands, which is not managed under the US, how does this equation fit in? I know the threatened listing is for everyone. And you guys only have jurisdiction over the US territories. How is that going to be taken into consideration for each sector if that question can be answered? I think that's the biggest question out there right now. Is everyone going to be treated the same way? And you can't touch these other islands unless their governments decide to touch it, or the imports are limited coming into the US. If I could get a little clarification on that, it would be great.
Sure. And this may also help to sort of solidify some of what Ori was saying yesterday. So we have different processes um, and tools really to work once a species has been listed, right? So you mentioned the rebuilding plans. The rebuilding plan is a requirement under Magnuson-Stevens Act. When you do rebuilding plans, it's a federal action, then we're looking at it, like we said, under Section 7 consultation. Rebuilding recovery plans are different. They're non-regulatory. They are a plan for how you are going to recover a species throughout how you've listed it. So when we're looking at evaluating what we can do outside of the US, that's one of the things, that's a big part of the rebuilding plan, is looking at what actions we can do with our partners to recover the species. And then the other tool Ori mentioned was the Section 7.4D rule, which and that we talked about how that, for example, can address, we can have regulations specific to imports. So that's something that we can do under that rule. So we do, when a species is listed and we do a recovery plan, we're not just looking at our piece here in the US. We're looking at how we can recover that species as a whole and what actions need to be taken to recover that species. So I think, just in terms of your concern that when a species is listed, all the impacts of that are only on the US. And, you fishermen, that's not the case, and that there's a much bigger picture.
Andy?
Yeah, so I think a couple of things. Word of caution, right? I don't want us to get into hypotheticals and speculative discussion at this point, right? And I hear obviously the concerns, Julian, that you're sharing and others have expressed, and appreciate those, right? I think the other thing that Jenny just made clear, right, that we can't recover queen conch just simply working in the U.S. Caribbean, right? That's not going to recover this entire queen conch population, the connectivity that happens throughout the entire Caribbean. So we will have to look at a recovery plan that involves recovery actions throughout the entire Caribbean, not just the U.S. portion. And then in terms of the regulatory requirements, restrictions, right, that is to be determined, right? But to the extent that we can evaluate the U.S. Caribbean and determine how it's performing relative to the recovery goals and threats and actions, that will then dictate whether or not regulatory changes are needed or not to help with recovery, right? And that'll be all part of this process and ultimately emerge from the recovery planning and any sort of rulemaking that would follow that.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions, comments for Jennifer? Hearing none, thank you so much, Jennifer.
Thank you. Yeah, anyone, like I said, reach out anytime, and I'm happy to have a one-on-one with you and work through some of the information.
Okay, so going back to the agenda now, you have Marta Prada, building successful linkages in support of the queen conch and fish ponding irrigation regional fishery management sustainability.
Yeah, thank you. And good morning to everyone here and online. I'm Marta Prada. I'm the Council Scientific Liaison with the WCAFC, in particularly for the work related to the queen conch and fish pond aggregations. So I'm here to present and share with you how we have been making what I consider may be significant progress in the coordination and developing of regional actions towards the sustainability of the fishery of both of the species or group species, the Queen Kong and the fish pond aggregations. Now we have the presentation. So I appreciate the invitation that Miguel has made to me for sharing with you the results. When I refer to the regional fisheries management, we do actually means the wider Caribbean region. Understanding this region as one of very complex since the biological and cultural perspectives, as well as the amount of a large number of people living in their coastal environments. It's difficult to estimate how big is the population inhabiting these coastal areas, but a minimum and more than 130 million people are located throughout the region using these marine resources. These marine resources are highly connected and in complex ways and in complex management regimes too. So we need to deal with processes at different scales. In the last report made by FAO 2023, the fisheries on Queen Kong, spiny lobster, and some groups of deepwater snappers. It has been, despite not having a very good landing statistics, because the global databases are made from voluntary reports by different countries with different frameworks. There is an indication of these fisheries have been subjected to intense fishing pressure throughout the region. And some of them are at the maximum level of production, or some others are starting showing declining trends. So what these graphs indicate is that the fishing pressure is one factor, but these resources are also subjected to additional pressure factors that includes habitat degradation, increasing in pollution, increasing in IUU fishing, and intensification of climate change impacts, a higher frequency of natural resources, so that at the end will result in a disruption temporarily in many species, more on the longer term for all species, on disruptions on the ecosystem functioning and the local economies associated with the exploitation of these resources. As such, the WCAP-C, FAO WCAP-C has established 11 different regional working groups to address concerns from different fisheries. So I'm here today from those 11 working groups to mention a little bit of the work has been done on Queen Kong and fish pond aggregations. And when I say fish pond aggregations, particularly focus on the Nassau grouper and Moto snapper as representative of the snapper grouper complex fisheries. I have mentioned that the fishery governance in the region is complex. is complex because there is a multicultural environment, there is a multicultural species being exploited at the same time, different interests, different jurisdictions, different legal frameworks, and on top of that, all of those species are considered transboundary. So as Julian was saying, what is happening in one place, it could have and certainly have impacts on other regions, on other places throughout the region, because the Caribbean is like an enclosed ocean. So what happened in one place definitely affects what happened in other places. And associate fisheries management associated with that has to deal with processes and management regimes acting at the global, regional level, at sub-regional level, and at national level, and not necessarily this governance, fishery governance, is being coordinated, is being planned accordingly, or allowing the flow of processes and decisions toward the sustainability of the abundance of the species. But slowly, the region have been able to generate 4 regional fisheries management plans. The first one was the Queen Kong that was completed back in 2017. The next one was the regional fisheries management plan for spiny lobster. The next one is for counteracting illegal fishing, and the latest is about to be published, I will say, in a couple of months in the 3 languages for the fish pond aggregations. The formal adoptions of these fisheries management plan, it requires a long processes. It requires intervention of the scientific perspective, but it's also being consulted through different stakeholders throughout the region, and then follow the legal processes within FAO and WCAPC Commission in particular, which is the Western Caribbean Atlantic region that is the concern to us. Additional regional fisheries management plan are being done right away, but none of those are formally completed. But then we have this very review fisheries management plan, and let's talk about implementation. So under this complexity and recognizing that is voluntarily compromises that countries are making to the FAO, and each country, and FAO in particular also, and different fisheries organizations have expressed limiting resources, human resources, financial resources, technological resources that need to be available for progressive implementation of this regional management plan. Still, the reversal of the negative trends are yet to be experienced. So in the process and trying to facilitate this regional management plan implementation, the Caribbean Fisheries Management Council and the WCAPC, FAO WCAPC has been developing tight relationships in order to advance and to improve the governance of these regional compromises. And for that, 2 task forces has been created in the past 5 years. One regarding the Queen Kong, and the next one is to the fish pond aggregation. So what I'm calling, what is a task force for each of these focus species? So it's comprised by a small number of people representing different organizations, regional organizations. I am acting as the coordinator for this task force. We conduct regularly meetings, trying to coordinate and respond to the country's requests, express concerns, and trying to come out with agreed decision on progressively moving towards implementing the regional fisheries management plan. In particular, what has been the results for the Queen Kong, the first of those task force? The statistical, scientific, and technical advisory group was established. This is a very important forum. It is comprised by a variable number of experts throughout the region. It varies depending on the aspect. Countries has requested scientific advice, and we have been done a lot of work that I'm going to discuss and present to you after these slides. But also we trying to come out with counteracting limitation on budgets, and so we have been writing proposals and trying to reach regional organizations so they can have some allocation for important work. As such, like for spawn aggregations, approximately Sport RACA in conjunction with the Caribbean Fisheries Management Council has supported the development of Radio Kids initiative, but also a pilot project to improve the collection of landings data in the Queen Kong fishery, which is, you wouldn't believe that with the importance of this fishery, with certain degree of reliability, nobody knows exactly how much the region is producing on Queen Kong meat. So that is a complex issue because of different parameters and factors, but certainly nobody knows. We're trying to make approximations. We don't know exactly. Data is not as scientifically reliable as we expected, and we need to make significant improvements in the way that landings on the Queen Kong fishery is being collected. And also, we have been liaising with the CITES because CITES is governing the exports of Queen Kong products. For Mexican exports, we will need to, each country, and in particular, each export has to generate non-determined finding. And so the working in collaboration with CITES, the group of Queen Kong experts has produced the first draft of the guidance to countries how to conduct these non-determined findings. And this year we are expecting to test the application of those guidance. So this slide summarizes some of the results achieved from the Queen Kong Scientific Advisory Group. The group has met 3 times since 2019, and we are expected to meet again next week in Miami. And the purpose of that meeting is to plan for training and education on particular issues that are concerning the Queen Kong fishery and gathering the better quality of data and developing more collaboratively relationships among different stakeholders at the national level. But I'm not going to read everything, but the group has always provides a scientific recommendation for the regional working group, and generally speaking, these recommendations are being considered when these regional organizations are trying to search for funding. For spawn aggregation, we have start later than for Queen Kong. Actually, the first meeting of an additional kind of scientific advisory group is in the way of being established. It's not being formally established by any means, but we have started this conversation. We have started to identification of the key messages and keywords and analyzing why previous initiatives have not result in the expected results. So we have been working a lot with different aspects, including not just the scientific issues, but also the communication. And for that, after my presentation, here we have Ana Salceda. We will present to you what the region has done about the communication and the education campaign, what is called the Big Fish. So I don't going to spend any time in this, but I wanted just to close my presentation summarizing the positive and negative lessons we have learned in these past 5 years. So we have been able to better understanding complexity around not just the biology and ecology and threats on these fisheries, but also the complexity around fisheries management and how to trying to deal and move forward. We have improved significantly the communication and coordination with the functioning and operation of the task force. We have exchanging literature, ideas, initiatives to come out with additional sources of funding. One of the important results, we have been building trust. Trust is essential and it's not an easy thing to achieve, and it's a process, and we are on that process, I guess, moving forward. But some negative lessons too. Countries in general are responding slowly, and that is related for different reasons. Most of them is because they don't have the enough personnel. They have a lot of responsibilities, and they don't finish one assignment when the next one or two or three are coming on. So it's difficult just to consult with them and then their positive and quick feedback as we expected. So we also need to do everything at least on 3 languages with delays and difficult the communication. Communication is essential, education is essential, and I guess without having a successful communication and education, the fisheries management in the region is going to continue with moving slow. And sometimes time difference, because like for the overseas territories in the Caribbean, fisheries managers are in Europe. So we need to consult with them too, and it's difficult just to get agreements on timelines and everything. So that's all that I have to share with you today. Open for questions or comments, recommendations.
Thank you, Marta. Any questions, Miguel?
Not a comment, but just to let you know why we are involved in this. Since the get-go, the Caribbean Council recognized, and it was recognized by NOAA and the Department of State, that all these resources that we manage in the U.S. Caribbean are interconnected. So we were authorized to promote pan-Caribbean management of the species. It's a nice phrase, but it's nothing but trying to participate at the national, regional levels with other countries, scientists, managers, etc., to see how can we exchange information that will benefit the management of the species. One thing that we learned in the beginning is because we have a tendency to go to these countries thinking that we know all and we are going to teach them. Well, I have met a lot of people who know most about fishes than anybody around the table. And they also have better management strategies that we copy from one country to another. So to establish these connections, to keep working with these organizations is paramount to the benefit of the Gulf Council area, South Atlantic area, and of course the Caribbean. That's why we are involved in these actions. And we have been working and still work with the Department of State. By the way, the Department of State is a member of the council, it's a non-voting member of the council. And the NOAA Fisheries, International Affairs, Trade and Commerce Office. And those, for example, that office is the head of the delegation of this working group. Since the Department of State is not present, they are present in the Department of State. This is important to mention because in all the actions that we have to present the support. To support our budget, we have to present what we do with the monies that we receive. So right now, we're engaged with NOAA Fisheries, Washington office, and other organizations to implement the management plan. Those 4 management plans that you had seen in the presentation, 2 of them are key to this fishery, the Rincon and the temperate invertebrate and the lobster. But now we are trying to promote pan-Caribbean management of the species that are aggregate to pond. And the idea is that you will not be able to patrol all these waters. You will not be able to enforce all these laws and regulations that are required, that it looks good on paper but doesn't work real life, until you convince the people, the fishers, the communities, that that's a good way to go. And I tell you, I've learned more talking to the fishers than talking to the scientists. I have a lady that I admire. She's from Guatemala, our friend from Guatemala. He said, if you fish the way of fishing is bread for today, hunger for tomorrow. And he's one of the fishers supporters of what you're going to hear now with Ana Salcedo. Marta, you finish?
Unless there are other questions or comments.
Graciela.
Martha, is there any consideration of all the issues that we're having with variability in climate and the changes in or potential changes in currents in the Caribbean regarding the connectivity for these species, especially, in the light of the Queen Kong being listed?
Yes, on the Queen Kong and particularly, there is an ongoing project on the genetics. The high resolution genetic techniques are being used for trying to create a genetic library, and with that, being able to establish connectivity parents, and perhaps going a step forward to provide tools for supporting counteracting of illegal fishing. The expert group on the Queen Kong are identify priority research. And within those priority research, aspects of climate change impacts, particularly on the reproduction on the Queen Kong, is key. So the study of the reproduction of the Queen Kong is a key research that needs to be done across the region. And we are just about to meet next week and trying to find ways to conduct these studies, which are not yet started.
Follow up, yes. So that's the reproductive aspect of the population. How about the recruitment aspect, especially under the invasion of Unomia and things like that, that are colonizing the major recruitment nursery areas of seagrass beds?
Not particularly under the Unomia or other invasive species in the region, but understanding the recruitment patterns of the Queen Kong is one of the proposals that the Caribbean Fisheries Management Council is expected to be funded through the IRA initiative, because we recognize that there are certain processes that can escape the fishery life stage, but are essential in maintaining the sustainability of the fishery. So both reproduction and recruitment are essential, and both are potentially impacted by climate change. We are hoping to conduct this kind of study, at least for the US Caribbean, and perhaps being able to extend this kind of work at the regional level.
I have hands up.
Michelle Shatter.
Michelle, go ahead.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi there. Thank you, Marta, for the presentation. Since you brought up that these recommendations in the both plans are voluntary, right? And we have to sort of coordinate to better implement. What would be the steps to address the jurisdictions that are sitting at this council table to adopt changes that would be more related to the region? And what can you speak to that?
Each country can raise any issue at the WCAPC. And so the regularly WCAPC working group meetings discuss this kind of initiatives. So if the U.S. Caribbean in particularly is conducting a particularly work or decide to expand the collaboration or is in need to identify a particular issue, perhaps you can express that to the WCAPC or and then we can move forward.
No, that's not how it works. You and I know how it works, but we have to clarify for the record. The U.S. Caribbean had to go to the Department of State, this council or anybody, any person, an institution have to go to the Department of State and state the issue. The Department of State confers with the International Affairs, Trade and Commerce Office, and then they decide, okay, this is what we're going to present at the next meeting with the delegation. In other words, we cannot, in this case, the U.S. Caribbean cannot add on its own with any of this initiative. And that's very, very important to make it clear for
yeah, that's important clarification. I was referring at the country level, but recognizing that Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands are part of, is considered a U.S. territory, not particularly in the country by itself.
And I would like, Mr. Chairman, take 1 second to thank Martha for all the work you have done over the years. This is very difficult to do. And you have to have the background, you have to have the experience to interact with all the scientists, all the managers that we have here. And for that, we are very grateful.
Thank you, Miguel.
Thank you, Martha. Any further questions for Martha? There are none. Thank you again,
Okay,
Martha.
I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, we all know Ana Salceda. She's a professional producer. She have a great experience working with natural resources and presenting throughout the world, actually, this initiative of outreach and education. We developed with her, consulting with her, we developed a strategy for outreach and education to promote Caribbean management of the species that aggregate to spawn, groupers and snappers and others. We are going to present today, and she already had presented to the council before, but today, Ana is going to give an update of the status of the campaign, the success stories that we have, and the information that she's going to give us today, talk to those points. In addition, she's going to talk about what we need to continue this Big Fish campaign throughout 2024 and years to come. Ana?
Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to give this report on the campaign. As Miguel just introduced, this is the first phase of implementation of that communication strategy. It's an impact campaign called the Big Fish Initiative, and by the WCAPC Spawning Aggregation Working Group. And next. As Miguel said, many of you already know this campaign, so this is just a refreshment. We are not gonna explain, it's basically self-explanatory, so we are gonna just refresh the fundamentals of the campaign, but we are gonna be focused on this presentation on the first results. Next. As you know, the Big Fish Initiative is the communication component of the Regional Fish Spawning Aggregation Management Plan, and as such, we need to serve the plan and the different countries that are part of the initiative and their goals when it comes to sustainable management and protection of the species that aggregate to spawn in the Caribbean, specifically the snapper grouper complex. Next. This is a brief summary of some of the products of the campaign and activities that we are doing and have been doing. And some of you received the newsletter and have seen the short films. But please feel free to reach out to Cristina Olan or Miguel Rolón or myself for any of these products if you are interested. And of course, you would be very welcome to become part of our social media and the hub, the Big Fish Hub. Next. So the premiere of the 1-hour film for broadcast Treasure of the Caribbean of Nature PBS and Europe marked the soft launch of the Big Fish initiative in mid-2023. Next. The laurels that you see on these posters correspond to the nomination and awards received by the film. It has been nominated in many prestigious festivals and received awards in the US, Italy, German, and global festivals such as Impact Docs and the Feedback Film Festival. You can see a complete list of submissions on the screen. And since its release, the film has reached millions of people around the world, garnering critical praise and film festival awards, and in collaboration with Nature, PBS, Terra Mater, and the Howard Hughes Medical Institute, a huge supporter of not only the film, but the Big Fish campaign, we are submitting the film to the Emmys in 3 categories: Best Research, Best Sound. Michelle Scherer is the champion of that content, and the audiences that we have shared the film with are really mesmerized by the underwater sound that they heard for the first time in their lives, right? Beyond whales and sharks, whales and dolphins, right? People are discovering with this film the different sounds of a healthy reef, et cetera, et cetera. I hope you can see it soon because it's coming here. Next. So, beyond TV, beyond the places that are not part of our region, and beyond the festivals, we have raised money. The Howard Hughes Medical Institute has given us extra money to organize screenings in the country. We have also produced, thanks to HHMI, the Spanish version of the film. And these events it's not just a screening, right? It's the film is more an excuse, right? These events are an opportunity to bring in the different countries, the different stakeholders together: fishers, lawmakers, fisheries managers, and enforcement officials, and of course, fishing communities. It's an excuse to bring them together, enjoy the film, but also, more importantly, discuss the importance to protect the critical habitat of these species, the vital need to protect the aggregations, and the connectivity, as Miguel said, that makes the regional protection necessary to actually recover big fish. And in these events, we promote the initiative and the regional fish spawning aggregations management plan and its agenda, not only in the screening, but also in the local media, because it's part of every time that we go to a different country, we organize the media plan, and we are in the media, radio, TV. And thus far, we have presented the film at GCFI last year. We have been to the Bahamas, Belize, Honduras. The Belize case is a fascinating case, and it has been extremely successful and fruitful. Next. So this is what's coming. We just got information that we are receiving additional funding to to continue these screenings in the Caribbean. And the first step is the U.S. Caribbean. So we are in the process. This new is, we don't have much more than this. We are in the process of organizing them. And these events are very different in the different countries, depending on the types of aggregations that they have there, different status of the aggregations, the different actors. So it's all a draft, and we will work specifically on each event. So the first one is Puerto Rico and Virgin Islands. In Puerto Rico, we are planning to have one in San Juan, one in Mayagüez, and also in Vieques if we have money, and two in the Virgin Islands. We usually partner with fishing associations, governments, co-managers of protected areas where the aggregations are. And again, each country is different, right? And the next countries that we are going to be, in addition to the U.S. Caribbean, is Guatemala, Mexico, and Panama. Next. The momentum created by the film's premiere and promotion was crucial for the launch of our digital campaign in September last year. Our social media and digital platforms went live from the Jackson Wild Film Festival, followed by the publication of the Hub in November. Next. Since then, the digital part of our organic campaign, organic because we are not investing any money to boost content. We are relying on our massive network. It has grown 2,000%, right? Our monthly growth is 35%. And if you compare that to an average campaign of the same type, the average growth is 2.2. So our 35% is outstanding. In terms of reach, in addition to the millions of people that we are reaching with the long-form film, the film-form broadcast, we have reached directly more than 200,000 accounts in the short life of this campaign. That includes individuals, but a lot of organizations and groups. And it's thanks to the solid community that has been built by the Spawning Aggregation Working Group and media partners who have been resharing and reposting our content consistently. Special thanks to Cristina Olan and the Caribbean Fisheries Management Council and the Puerto Rican community, including the fishers, who have been incredibly active and engaged in this campaign. Here's the graphic. You can see the graphic that represents the countries, not all of them, just the one that we have more, where we have more, the most followers. And as you see, Puerto Rico is a winner. They are very active. Based on the metrics, analytics, and partners' feedback, the main reasons for our growth during the first months of our initiative have to do with a strategic approach, high production value of original content, scientific accuracy of our content and the ecosystem approach, inclusiveness of the content, which has attracted many fishers and organizations beyond our original network, and the loyalty of our partners. Next. We're going to go through this very quickly. This is to explain that we have been always the key are partnerships, right? In each country at the regional level. So that's what we have been doing, collaborative posting, highlighting and putting the spotlight of our scientists, our fishers, the organization doing amazing work in the different countries. And we recently have established partnerships with other initiatives that align with our campaign, such as the Environmental Defense Fund, a small-scale fisheries program, the IUCN Reverse the Red campaign. In fact, I will be making, along with our convener, a presentation at the IUCN World Species Congress on May 15th. And the Big Fish Cup will be the home for the toolkit of the upcoming global workshop of spawning aggregations by the IUCN's Snappers Specialist Group. Next. You can see a little bit of the content there. The philosophy is reflected in the content that we publish and share. So, of course, 2 focal species we have been really emphasizing and publishing stuff about NASA grouper from December to March. And now we started with mutton snapper. And next. And we have a series, right? Series as a result of the screenings that we mentioned before, things really start moving and revitalizing the different countries. So we have created a series, it's called Enforcement Successes, that highlights actions taken by the enforcement officials in the different countries, because they actually report to us sometimes. So we publish everything and we repost what our partners do too. Report from the film, we have been working with the scientists doing monitoring of the aggregations in the different countries and reporting to the rest of the region. Fisher Hero, of course, because we work with GCF5 GMA's ambassadors and they keep doing amazing work, and more heroes are coming out to the light. So we want to highlight that. And you can see a little bit of what we are doing in terms of content. Next. Even though, and this is news from 2 days ago, PBS and the Howard Hughes Medical Institute, despite of how young our campaign is, are submitting our campaign to these 2 competitions that are actually, the first one is the most important in the world. Next. Next steps. So the Big Fish initiative has rapidly begun to achieve the 2 main goals of the communication strategy that we show at the beginning: inform and engage our audiences to protect fish spawning aggregations and the species that aggregate to spawn, with emphasis in our flag species. 2, unify, this is really important, unify our dispersed audiences and colleagues, bringing everybody together from the entire region. Remember the importance of connectivity, and that helps to strengthen the work that to protect fish spawning aggregations in the region. Then in 2024, we are focused on what follows. Geographically speaking, we will intensify our focus on the U.S. Caribbean with the live events that I just mentioned, the screening of the screenings and meetings around the film in Puerto Rico and Virgin Islands. We are developing a short film about the ongoing recovery of the aggregation Gramanic Bank. I think Rick Nemeth made a presentation in a previous meeting of the Caribbean Fisheries Management Council. That is great news, which is what we always emphasize: recovery, good news, solutions. We are a very proactive and positive campaign. And of course, the consequences for the U.S., Caribbean and beyond of this recovery. We are integrating even more the communication component with the regional spawning aggregation management plan as continuous implementation and beyond Cuba, Belize, and the Bahamas. Grow and strengthen the community, and an advocacy campaign that has branches for the 3 target audiences and general calls to action. Next and final. So from 2019 to now, we have raised more than $1 million to produce the long form film, the outreach of the film, the Spanish version of the film, and additional funds to produce the radio kit from SPA, set up the hub from the European Union, and the Caribbean Fisheries Management Council and NOAA have been incredible incredibly supportive with the hub and personal compensation and other materials for the campaign, like the posters produced by the Caribbean Fisheries Management Council on those two species, and the short films, for example. In March, we started to raise funds for 2025 and on. All these proposals that we are submitting include three components: capacity building for fishers, science and monitoring, spawning aggregations, and the communication component, of course, to make sure that we can continue that 10-year strategy beyond next year. We submitted a grant to Ocean Community Grant. We received news yesterday that we passed the first phase. And we are submitting 2 more grants in August and September, and we are in conversations with private donors and foundations such as Oceans 5. And for now, in order to finish the year from May to the end of this year until we get funding from all these efforts, we are requesting $50,000 now to be able to cover our expenses for the rest of the year. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anna. Any questions for Anna? Miguel?
Not a question, but we are working with NOAA Fisheries regarding the 2024 to secure the funding that we need. And I'll be in conversation with Laura Simo, and pretty soon we're going to be talking about it. And then we will try to secure the monies to finish the 2024. I need to recognize that Ana Salceda, she keep working more. She's working more for free than the money that she gets from us, anybody. And that's something that she's crazy about it, but she does it. And this type of campaign needs to have professionals like her working. Actually, she has been the key to convince these other countries to engage, and this is very difficult, to engage in active fishery management action. And the case of Belize is very important. Those of you who have been in Belize know the fishery, know the difficulties that the fishers have there, and the difference that they have between the fishers, the managers, and others. You have the whole industry there. So for all this group to come together, watch the screen, discuss it, and commit themselves to move forward for the benefit of the fishery, for the protection of the fishery, with the assistance of the fishers, fishing communities, enforcement agencies actually, and the managers are important. In the case, if you're not familiar with it, in some of these countries, the minister is sitting there next to the fishery official. So whatever the minister say there, you go ahead and do it. In the States, you know how it is. It's very cumbersome. It's a large country. But still, we managed to, with these councils and now officially, we managed to move forward with this. But the point is that you go from one stream to the other, and the only way that we have identified at the FAO level, by the way, and the Department of State is to put more emphasis in communication rather than put money into covering people on the head, the people who are doing what they're supposed to do to protect the aggregation. So I'm really personally thank you, Anna, for the work. And the chair and myself, we worked with Laura Simo and the head of the National Affairs and Trade Commission to see if we can secure those funding to finish 2024. Then in 2025, if we get the grants, if we get other people, we would like to continue. The strategy is for 10 years. We are just beginning with it. And the idea is that once Anna and us go to do something else with our life, the strategy will remain there and will be followed by other people. So they will have the mechanism to continue this campaign. the fishers of almost all the countries are asking us personally or in writing to continue this type of campaigns. We have the Bahamas, we have the GCFI, we have an impromptu meeting with fishers organizations. An idiot that didn't know that Anna knew about this. We thought that we remember that guy. But anyway, and the fishers from different countries ask all to continue and even to go to their countries, especially Barbados and Montserrat, and help them promote Pan-Caribbean, or not Pan-Caribbean, but management of the species in their own country with efforts that they already have going on, but they wanted to have more support from outside. Remember, the definition of an expert is a son of a SOB from outside. So they told us that, Miguel, you have to come to our country, send somebody that can convince my people that what we're doing is right, that what the fisher are proposing is right, the way to go with the protection of the Spanish aviation. So I think that we had done quite a lot in a very small period of time, and we will try to continue to do this.
Hands up.
Graciela, primero va una persona de...
Sorry. Michelle Shatter.
Michelle.
Hi, thank you again. I want to congratulate Anna because I know this work has been very frustrating at times, but I would like to maybe propose that we focus this capacity building for fishers to actually involve them in the science and monitoring. So linking 1 and 2, sort of the model that Kobe has in Mexico. And I would like to know what feedback you've received from law enforcement because of the very specific risk of these aggregations in time and space and all the limitations that we know about, even in our own backyard. What do you think is the way forward to address the enforcement and compliance issues?
Thank you, Michelle. And just a note, yeah, we have worked really hard, but nothing of this would have been possible without the daily support of the members of the Spawning Aggregation Working Group. For example, Michelle, that is right there always to respond to my scientific questions, and I'm really active support. We were talking about the screenings, and to answer your question, I'm going to you mentioned also COVID in Mexico. As you know, our region is really diverse, and in the different countries we have everything is different, right? Including the enforcement. I would like to focus on Belize because we have been there. We were there in February. We organized 3 special screenings, one for decision makers at very high level, and actually we got strong commitments from the government. And then we have one for the community, and then we have 1 2-day screening, a 2-day meeting for enforcement officials, fishers leadership, and the co-managers and the fisheries department. We went to an island so nobody could leave. and around the screening of the film, we had presentations by the different stakeholders that attended the meeting. And it's incredible when they are all together, how the interactions are really fruitful, and it's a great opportunity for the fishers to make public what they need and even their frustration, and the reaction from the enforcement was incredible. Out of that screening, the 2-day meeting, the enforcement was reactivated up to today, not the next week or anything. And then the government made a bigger commitment to provide everything that the enforcement officers need, including boats, including gas, everything that including training. And the result of that meeting was the protection of the full protection and commitment from the fishers to protect several aggregations in the Zapodiles Key, as long as the enforcement did their job protecting these resources from the neighboring countries. So that doesn't stay after in the meeting. I mean, these conversations have continued, and we are having getting reports from our partners in Belize with tangible results. So that is one way to do it. In Mexico with COVID, the fishers are part of the entire process and decision maker, and they are being trained to do the monitoring of the aggregations. And when the enforcement fails, the fishers are so empowered that they are the ones that actually protect their own aggregations. So again, every country is different, but the empowerment of fishers that take control of their resources and protect them is very important when enforcement is not completely there.
Graciela?
So following on Michelle's line of thinking, are any of these proposals being submitted considering technology? Like, for example, ROVs and AUVs that can be handled by the fishers, and then they become part of that monitoring effort?
Every proposal, depending on our NGO partner, or as you know, the grants are different. For example, we just submitted one in Belize with TASA and include, yes, technology is supposed to be one of them. For ocean was especially important. So what we did was we included acoustics, a lot of acoustics. So in this one, not that type of a technology, but we are planning to do it with an organization in Honduras that, because of the government just started to use those systems, we want to include that part in one of our proposals. So yes, that's the plan, as long as the guidelines of the grants allow it.
Follow up?
We do have technology of GoPro cameras that you don't even have to go to an ROV type of thing. And those are things that can be deployed and dragged, by the fishers on side of the boat and things like that. So, we might be thinking in terms of cooperative research and that type of thing that we can do locally, that can engage the fishers in monitoring those aggregations without having to go through, fishing and tagging and things like that. So for our own backyard, we should be considering that type of CRP.
In some places, we are using Cyclops that include not only sound recorders, but also video.
Sinai?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Anna, so a lot of the outreach and education aspects of the project that you're doing, you're reporting, but I would highly encourage you to, as you're developing more grants, try to capture the information in a way that you are looking at the specific interventions that are being made in the public and record data on either perception changes or ways that it improves the effectiveness of outreach. I mean, it's extremely critical as we are developing more and more programs, we understand how these programs work well or don't work well. And if you're not collecting data from a socioeconomic or even just an outreach and education perspective, looking at changes in knowledge and perception before and after implementation of, say, the video or these programs, looking at strategies and how they are effective working with fishers, then we're not broadly distributing the benefits of developing these programs. So I would highly encourage you to incorporate that. And when you come to the council, as you guys are learning more and more about that, present that kind of information to us so we can effectively use it across other programs that we're doing.
Yeah. So this is a full-time job for one person. So with the support of the Spawning Aggregation Working Group, we are two people running this campaign, including the screenings. 2 people, everything. two people, right? So what we do is when we started this effort, we created something called the communication subcommittee within the spawning aggregation working group, because they are the best source. Of course, this communication subcommittee includes fishers, recreational fishers, sport fish, commercial fishers, scientists, and use a little bit of everything, right? So what we do is during the process of developing a film, imagine, right? We consultate with them, right? When we have the first draft or the rough cut or whatever it is, we consultate with them again. We get their comments. The same thing we did for the hub. Now we are upgrading the hub because as a result of that consultation and after presentations, we receive feedback and we incorporate it. So we are constantly asking for feedback. And sometimes we delay the process so much, you can ask Miguel, but yeah, we do that all the time as much as we can in terms of capacity, right, personally.
The idea is not tell you, how to do the work, but I believe that Dr. Hapter is mentioning it. It's important to present to the council when we have
absolutely
the metrics and the things, so people will know that this is a continuum and other participants are always taken into consideration.
Yeah, we have all the metrics we can
Yeah, but,
access, so you can access if you are interested.
You don't have to. But anyway, the other two things that are important for continuing for the future is the capacity building. We took note of that. Also, the Michelle Chatter's intervention is very important that we keep in mind what she's mentioning. And the part of the campaign is to exchange best practices among countries. And in Mexico, for example, we have a couple of organizations run by fishers only, and they manage their own fishery. They have been more successful than anybody I know in managing their fishery. No intervention from the government except for scientists who come to their places. Well, they have a way of enforcing that. If a fisherman stripes the eggs of a lobster, he will be dealt with. And it's interesting. And they are the most successful community of fishers in the peninsula of Yucatan regarding the protection of the lobster. Same holds true for other species. But I believe that Dr. Hapter's comment will be included in our discussions this year and the future years for presentation. That's all we have, Mr. Chairman, at this time. Thank you very much again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Next on the agenda will be Alida Ortiz with Outreach and Education Advisory Panel Report.
Después de eso, ¿hacer un break o quieres break out?
Good morning.
Okay, Alida, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
Okay, quick, because this is to break.
And my presentation, Christina has it. Great. Here we are. Yes. So good morning to everyone. I'm glad to be here. And I will make a very short presentation on what we have been doing with outreach and education since our last meeting, our presentation in December. Please notice that in the first one, we have put that 2023, but it's 2024. I'm still here. So next one. We're still following, as we will all the time, the basic concept of the 5-year strategic plan of the council, basic concepts, ecosystem-based management, island-based fishery management plans for Puerto Rico, St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix, sustainable fish and seafood consumption, marine protected areas in Puerto Rico, St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix. So that will be like, for the rest of the history our goals for outreach and education. Next one, please. No, you have to go two back. Okay, right now, what happened? Why does it change so fast? That's the one I want. Yes. At this moment, we will be concentrating our efforts in outreach and education in the understanding of climate change and its impact on the fishery ecosystem and the fishers community in the U.S. Caribbean. This is to develop outreach and education materials and training session for fishers and the fishers community, not only the fishers, the people that work in the market, the families, the schools, and its impact on the fishery ecosystem. And it complies with the strategy, a 5-year strategic plan that we already presented. So we will integrate the fishers and communities to understand and apply the climate-related fisheries management planning actions proposed by the Council, including them as an important social and economic component of the fisheries management actions, comply with equity and environmental justice strategy followed by NOAA. And with this, we will try to enrich the fishers' ecological knowledge of the climate change impact on the marine fisheries ecosystem and stimulate their participation in the Council's management initiatives. This will be part of a proposal that was submitted to NOAA, IRA, and as far as I have information from Miguel, that should be beginning something like June, July of this year, with workshops and different activities that includes not only the fishers in Puerto Rico, in the different areas, in St. Thomas, St. John, and in St. Croix, in different areas also, but also the schools and the communities sectors within the fisheries area. Next one, please. We are working and it will be finished. This time I really will have it. The 2 outreach products that we have been working with, that is this climate change and marine fisheries in the Caribbean, and also what does it mean for the fishers and the communities. The other one. Next one, please. And also the catalog of species for the island-based fishery management plans in each one of the islands. And this, the artist is Paco Lopez, and we have been working on this, and I really think that we will have it completed for your review and for any changes that have to be made by the end of June, if I don't have any more health problems. And then we will have it distributed to the islands for people to use it in their fishing communities, in the schools, anywhere they want to use it. Next one, please. For 2024, 2025, we will have our next OERP meeting in June 27 in San Juan, and there we will review all the information that we have done for this year's in January until June, so that we can give you a new report in the next council meeting. We have to produce outreach materials to conduct a workshop with fishers and their communities on the issues of climate change. We want to produce a fish identification booklet for children, so that especially in the schools, in the fishing communities, that they have to learn about that marine ecosystem, the species that are there, and the importance of knowing about that, and integrate the fishery ecosystem in the U.S. Caribbean in the regular education curriculum. if we check our curricula, even USBI and Puerto Rico, there's just usually nothing in the area of marine ecology that has to do with fisheries as an activity. Next one. And the other products that we will be working with are those materials that have been asked by the fishers on snapper grouper deepwater fishing. And they have given me the ideas for those fact sheets. Understanding a stock assessment, not only fishers, but all stakeholders, because that's the information that we get from every report from the council, every report from the Department of Natural Resources, but how did they get there? What can contribution the fishers do to that information? And understanding this management technology of Optimum Yield, ACL, ABC, and all of the words that we use the word, but we have very little explanation about what it means. Next, please. And we have been working on getting information on that Bajo de Sico and the fishery management regulations on the area. And this year we will work on the workshops on fishery management regulation for new DAP members, something very similar to what the Department of Natural Resources has for PEPCO, or include that information very consistent from the council into the PEPCO workshop. Next one, please. This is what we have been doing. Any recommendations, any questions that you have, I will be very happy to answer them. I was very happy yesterday to hear in almost all the presentations the need for these direct outreach and education activities that we are having in program. Yeah, questions? Yeah.
Thank you, Alida. Any questions for Alida? Vanessa?
Thank you, Alida. Vanessa Ramirez for the record. As always, I want to thank you and your staff for all the materials that you're always letting us at the village, and the commercial fishermen are very grateful with the materials and the new ones that you are developing for the easy way that are understanding for them. And of course, for the activities that we have been doing. And I want to thank also Wilson and Christina and Janet for their support. Thanks.
Thank you, Vanessa. I'm glad for that.
Leah,
Thank you, Leah, for the record. Alida, thank you for the presentation. I have a question regarding the DAP workshops. The council members, once they're new, they get some training, but I wonder if that would be a possible way for also the DAPs to also get those kind of training on their line, on their duties. I know that the MREP provides a very a brief.
Sometimes we have produced materials and presented them in MREP, but this time we have a specific workshops that we will take to the communities, where the basic thing to discuss is these issues of climate change and how does their community, not only where they fish, but where they live, where they were born, are going to be affected by changes in the coast, by changes in the species that they might be fishing. That will be part of the proposal that was approved, and probably Miguel can give us more information about that. But that will have workshops around Puerto Rico, north, south, east, west, and east, including Vieques and Culebra, and then in St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix, because the information is not one for all of them. It's very different from each one of the islands. But we will be working with that, Lehigh.
Alida,
Uh-huh.
We're gonna, the proposal has not been approved yet.
Mhm.
They told us that they have a great percentage of being approved, and they will
Mhm.
start it summer. But this type of workshop is different from what we're discussing here. We will inform you at the August meeting what's going on. The other thing that we have is there is nothing else for either. No vamos a hablar más de eso. Vamos a coffee break ahora.
I didn't hear you well, Miguel, please.
Okay, we're gonna have a coffee break, and it will be followed by Christina presentation. But I want to thank Alida Ortiz. She's a brave woman. Those people don't know she's going through chemotherapy as you speak. And she asked me, can I go there or can I go? Well, it's up to you. And she said, well, let me see what I can do. And she has been with us at home. So we wish you the best in your treatment, and hopefully we will see you at the next meeting
Yeah.
in person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm dying to give you all a big hug. So I'll do it.
Yes, Alida. So we're gonna take a break, but I think I know where Lehigh is coming from with training for DAP members as to their role as DAPs.
Uh-huh.
That's that.
Great.
Thank you. Okay, so we take a 10-minute break.
Okay. Bueno, ya salí de esto.
We gotta get going again. We- Sí, pero vamos a poner a Janet primero. Okay, we're gonna continue on because we're a little behind on the schedule. So Janet, it's all yours.
Where is all the people here? Please.
The important ones are here.
Hola, Janet. I'm here.
Ay, Alida, hola. Gracias por estar y quedarte.
Sí, sí, claro que sí.
Go ahead. Empieza.
Okay. Cristina, next slide, please. Okay. On March 10, 2025, at the Plaza del Pescador, Guayanilla, Puerto Rico, the Caribbean Fishery Management Council and Puerto Rico Sea Grant Program, with the collaboration of the Municipality of Guayanilla, Ecoelectrica, and HJR Reefscaping, was celebrated the Is That Fish Edible? It's Lionfish and Diamondback Squid Festival. The festival had 5 components: educational, scientific, gastronomical, cultural, and homage. This festival is a part of the sustainable and seafood consumption campaign. Next slide, please. Why do we celebrate the festival? Well, as part of the outreach and education panel, we recognize persistent misinformation about lionfish despite efforts to educate consumers, fishers, and restaurant owners. There are still people who believe that if they prick or swallow a lionfish spine, the poison will kill them. The festival aimed to spread accurate information about lionfish and introduce the diamondback squid as a new culinary option. It also celebrated our culture with music and promoted the consumption of both species, particularly emphasizing in diamondback squid and lionfish as alternatives when conch is in close season. Additionally, the event brought together a diverse group of sea-dependent individuals, including scientists, fishers, and marine science students, and also chefs. Next, Cristina. In the scientific and collaborative realm, a group of students from UPR Macau, along with HJR Reefscaping staff and 4 commercial fishers, went out to fish for lionfish under the Ecoelectrica pier. Seeing the interaction between fishermen from Puerto Rico, Puerto Real in Cabo Rojo, scientists and marine science students while fishing for lions was an example that collaborations can be established when the right environment exists. I feel very grateful to have had all of them working together. Here we can see some of the people who went fishing for lionfish. In the next slide, please, Cristina. The next slide, please. In the education section was divided into informative booths with the collaboration of various entities and groups. Additionally, there was a demonstration of the venomous spines of the lionfish and its stomach contents. We had tables from Islamar Research, HJR Reefscaping, Department of Natural and Environmental Resources for Puerto Rico Sea Grant, Little Woman, Big Sharks, and of course, Caribbean Fishery Management Council. Next one. Here you can see the little kids had a blast and enjoyed and learned a lot on those tables. A lot of people went around asking questions, and it was a very nice environment. I think that the people enjoyed and all the activities that we had. Next slide, please. In the gastronomy, the renowned chef Giovanna Heike delighted the audience with a demonstration on how to cook diamondback squid and lionfish. Likewise, Chef Iran Monteverde spoke to the audience about his experience preparing squid and lionfish ceviche and served it to the audience. We had also the presence of Chef Wanda Pantojas, longtime collaborator in council activities, including the Fish Fry, an event of NOAA. The next one, Cristina. Here you can see the people around the chefs here and then, and also we have the presence of different fishers from around the island in the festival. Many people came and enjoyed the ceviches. They were excellent, all of them. The next one. We also had Proyecto Vereda with agroecological products, and to a large extent, its presence serves as a reminder that what is done in the mountains reaches the sea and affects its ecosystems. Alana and Omar practice agroecology. They do not use chemical fertilizers. They plow the land using oxen. They do not spray herbicides, and to a large extent, their concern, apart from producing healthy food, is protecting our land and marine resources. That's why they were there. And also because Alana is my daughter, I had to say. The next one, Cristina. In the cultural, we have a group of artisans exhibited and saw their creations inspired in the marine ecosystem. Of course, we had lionfish. There was a squid there. I have another one who makes earrings using Mario. He uses, how do you say escamas in English? Scale, thank you. Using scales. Next slide. In the cultural, also we have music. We don't have the sound, Cristina. Okay. The music that distinguish our people, bomba, plena, and jibar music. The one that you're going to hear is a plena dedicated to the lionfish and the diamondback squid consumption. No, can you? ¿No se va a escuchar? Okay. Okay. Just a second, please.
Pero la puedes terminar y lo pones al final.
Okay.
Para que no pierdas el hilo.
Okay. And also we had lionfish, Christina, next slide. Lionfish, live lionfish for the public to enjoy and recognize the spines. And a lot of people went around that aquarium to see them. They were fish that day. For the Puerto Real fisherman took them and put them in the aquarium for the people to see. And last but not least, we have homage on the Outreach and Education panel. Dr. Alida Ortiz Sotomayor has been the driving force behind all the strategies. She's wise, eloquent, always given to teaching and sharing her knowledge. Our beloved Alida deserves all the possible recognition, and this year we dedicated the festival to her. Alida, you know that you are the best, and everybody here loves you. And I have to recognize next slide. Our sponsors, Caribbean Fishery Management Council, Gobierno Municipal de Guayanilla, HJR Reefscaping, Ecoeléctrica, Arte Cultura de Guayanilla, and of course, Sea Grant programs. And I have next slide to give special thanks to Miguel Rolón, Mr. Miguel Rolón, CFMC executive director who has always trusted our work, and to all the CFMC staff for their support. Thanks to Mrs. Lesbia Montero, former Puerto Rico Sea Grant education and biologist, for providing me with the photos of Alida that were used in her tribute. Infinite thanks to Dr. Hector Ruiz, who since the celebration of the first festival held in La Parguera has given all kinds of support. And finally, I want to thank my dear Square, and she knows why I call her Square, Cristina Olan Martinez, who always, without fail, has great ideas. She took wonderful photos and videos at the festival, collaborated with the lionfish and squid tasting activity, and keeps me organized and focused. And believe me, I'm always very grateful for that, Cristina. Thank you. I love you. You know that. And
Tú sabes que yo también te amo. Se fue por YouTube y por Zoom y está en récord.
Gracias, Cristina. And next slide. Thank you. Two of the kids that enjoyed the festival were one was Ita from Cocinando with Ita, and Andres Antonio, my granddaughter, and my grandsons. And they were there with Little Women Big Sharks, Wandita and Adriana. Thank you all. I have another presentation. It's very little. Cristina, please. This next one is another activity that we have. You have
Esta es la solución. Come peleón, come peleón. Y calamar gigante. Esta es la solución.
Thank you. The next one. Do you have any question about the festival?
¿Sobre qué es la otra ya?
Continuing education, the update on continuing chef education courses exploring underutilized species. Next slide. The renowned chef Carlos Portela already has a date set for the education course for chefs and underutilized species. He's a finalist as Best Chef South at the James Beard Awards in 2024. Only 2 Puerto Ricans are in this list. It will take place during the week of July 8 and 9, 2025 at the Raiz restaurant at the municipality of Mayagüez, Puerto Rico. 15 to 20 chefs and cooks from across the island will be selected. These courses will be combined efforts from the Council and the Puerto Rico Sea Grant Program. The next one. 6 species were selected for the courses: blue runner, white grunt, diamondback squid, queen triggerfish, little tuni, and porgy. Next one. The objectives of the course is through, and as a result of the course's activities, chef will note at least 5 to 6 underutilized and little known species in the gastronomic sector, understand the characteristic of meat and ways to add value to the whole piece, identify by their common names, describe and explain the biology and traditional use of each species, know the areas where they are caught and sourced, and the seasons for each species, understand the processing, cleaning, and usage methods, design and create dishes using these species, and understand key points for marketing them, chefs, wait staff, and restaurant owners. The last one. Thanks to all. That would be all. Any question? No. Thank you.
Not a question, Janet, but part of the efforts that we have on the IRA is to extend this type of activities throughout the U.S. Caribbean. So the question is, Janet, do you have any plans, or is there any possibility of coordinating with the liaison officer of St. Thomas, St. Croix, and start the same activities in both areas?
I'll be delighted to do that. And also in Macau, they asked for another festival there. So we have a lot of work.
We have some experience in St. Croix. They have the agricultural festival, and we have participated in the past today. But this is a good opportunity to coordinate with the liaison officers, the fishers,
Okay.
Especially Gerson is from the chair of the DAP, so he can help. Carlos, and St. Thomas, we have Julian, Ruth Gomez, and others that can help you.
If they want to have me there, I will be there working with them.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Graciela?
So, Janet, this might not be a question for you, but a comment on the underutilized species. So from the scientific and the FMP point of view, you know, we need information in the future as we develop these fisheries, you know, the life history of the species, the landings, the information that it's required for stock assessments, etc. And we just saw that, you know, some species are not in the forms that the local governments use for collecting the data from the fishery. So these are things that, you know, we have to start thinking about because they are underutilized now, but you know, a couple of years from now, they might just be part of of a big effort to target them. Okay. So, you know, thinking in terms of what we need to be doing to make sure that we have the information that it's required when the time comes to assess these species.
When we identified those species, it was we talked with Marcos, and that's why we selected those.
Yeah, but don't worry about it. They have been selected by us, period. But what Graciela is doing is very important.
Yeah, I know.
Because as an example, in the Gulf Coast, one chef overfish or caused the overfishing of one species because the blackened fish. So this kind of things are important. The point that Graciela is bringing for the record is something
important.
that we need to start working now.
Okay.
So those species that we have identified as such, that we call it underutilized species, should be in the priority list of species that we need to start collecting information from.
Okay.
Some of them we cannot do anything about it, but at least we will be able to get the information that we need. The squids, for example, diamond squid. But the point, Mr. Chairman, that Graciela and I have been discussing this before, and we want to be able to have synergy of the two activities that we have and the need for collecting the data that the council uses for monitoring the species that we are responsible for. So.
Okay. Thank you, Janet. And whenever you all come to St. Croix to do this outreach, we'll coordinate it with the Agriculture and Food Fair because in a 3-day period, there are 10,000 people come through that fair. So you'll get a lot of outreach. Next on the agenda is Christina.
I'm also managing the old camera. Okay. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for letting me present today. My name is Cristina Olan, and I work for the Caribbean Fishery Management Council as a social media information coordinator. Thank you very much again for the opportunity and always for following us in all our social media platforms. There are a couple of things that I want to highlight today. First of all, the kind of messages that we are receiving through the inbox and the DM. We have a lot of people that use our social media platforms to send us their requests for information on fisheries, for educational materials, collaboration and educational booths, and also questions about the workshops. Those are the main topics on the inbox. However, there are other kind of topics that they are reaching out for information to. We are in the process of also creating some frequently asked questions and answers. Thanks to Graciela, Leahai, and Kiara for putting that document. And also we are feeding the document. So sometimes when people are asking the same kind of questions, we already have an answer prepared there for give them an answer to the inbox and the DM. We have several social media platforms. We are on Facebook, Instagram, X, before Twitter, YouTube, ISO, and now we are in LinkedIn. And again, thanks to the CFMC staff, especially Kiara and Yahai, for suggesting to open an account in that platform. The main platforms that we are in are Facebook and Instagram, and we have been experiencing a significant growth in the past 90 days. I'm showing there a graph, so you can see how we are growing. We have, in terms of followers, we have 6,700 followers in Facebook. Also, we are increasing in the reach and the engagement too. And something similar is happening in Instagram. We are also growing in terms of engagement and followers. And that is mostly because we are also collaborating with other organizations and persons to put out information and posts. There I added a hola, hello, because we always publish in the two languages, in the main languages for our region, Spanish and English. And the main topics and content that we are sharing is related to closed seasons, NOAA fishery bulletins, CFMC bulletins, funding opportunities, meeting announcements, educational activities, comment periods, and new publications. This is an example of our bulletin in English and Spanish. You can find it in ISU. And also,
Momento de comentar. La fecha límite para hacerlo es el 1 de marzo de 2024. NOAA Fisheries solicita tus comentarios sobre una regla propuesta para una acción regulatoria bajo cada uno de los planes de manejo pesquero de Puerto Rico, St. Croix, St. Thomas y St. John para actualizar los puntos de referencia de manejo, incluidos los límites de captura anual.
Also, sometimes when we have comment periods and topics that require to go more in depth and simplify, communicate that in plain language, we are adding voice in English and Spanish too. And we are publishing those reels in our social media platforms. Also, we are in Linktree, so people can find easily where we are.
Cristina, pero explica qué quiere decir Linktree.
Linktree is a platform also that you can add the main links related to your organization, so people can click there and find the information there too. It helps a lot when you have Instagram and you cannot be adding a lot of links in Instagram, so people go there to the bio and click on the Linktree, and in Linktree we have the links that they can go. Collaborations, we have been, as I mentioned, collaborating with other people and organizations for posting. As an example, MREP, we produced a promo for the workshops in the USVI and in Puerto Rico. And also we provided information to, they are working on their new branding, and they asked us to provide information so they can work on the branding of MREP in the region. As Janet presented the Festival Come Pez León y Calamar Diamante, we posted a lot about the festival, photos, videos, but I want to highlight the two reels that we published in collaboration with Chef Giovanna Heike and the Seaman program. Those two are the most visited and viewed reels in our page, with 10,000 700 views in the case of the lionfish, and 3,865 views in the case of the calamar diamante, the diamondback squid. It is only the metrics of Instagram. We also publish it in Facebook too. We also when Janet was there with the CFMC staff dedicating the festival to Alida, we recorded that moment, and it is included in our YouTube page. Sea urchins. Some weeks ago, many people were asking information about sea urchins because apparently there was one person fishing for it and it's prohibited. And Vanessa Ramirez reached to us, and she presented her concern on the topic. So we, in collaboration with Sea Grant, we produced several posts regarding the topic and reminding people that fishing for sea urchin is prohibited. Queen Conch, the hot topic. Again, Vanessa reached out to us and also the CFMC staff with the concern that there was a need of information out there about Queen Conch and what is happening. So we produced a fact sheet in English and Spanish with the regulations, information on the Queen Conch and what is happening recently. Also, when there are workshops, the one that you already know about the Queen Conch recovery, we collaborate with NOAA Fisheries to distribute information. Also, and it is not included there, we also collaborated with NOAA Fisheries to put out there the announcement for the HMS workshops that will be conducted on May. Fish rules. We are in the process of updating the information that is included in the Fish Rules app because of the concern of people that local regulations are not included in the app. So with the collaboration of DNR and the PNR, we are in the process of revising it. And also what we did is we already prepared a list of the species that are included in the fishery, in the island-based fishery management plans. And the PNR and DNR staff are collaborating on updating the information. Big Fish Initiative, as you already know, it is a campaign focused on protecting and spawning aggregations in the wider Caribbean that combines the components of fisheries science, Treasure of the Caribbean, as you know, the documentary, and it produces a lot of valuable information on the topic of conservation, sustainable use, and protection of spawning aggregations. We are very thankful to Ana Salceda and her team because they always are providing content that is very suitable for our platforms. We have been collaborating on sharing content and providing information for the campaign, especially for the contact information of the WhatsApp group administrator in the U.S. Caribbean, because they are also putting that together to create a Big Fish WhatsApp page to continue distributing the information. And in the Día del Pescador in Puerto Rico, in collaboration with Big Fish, we produce a post honoring the fishers of Puerto Rico. Also, we collaborated with Big Fish Initiative on providing information about the Nassau Grouper Critical Habitat Designation. And again, thank you very much for everything, and to all the people that every day help me to produce more and better content. They are a lot. I want to miss a name, so that's why I'm not mentioning every name here, but scientists, fishers, CFMC staff, people of different agencies and organizations, they all know that Without them, it is impossible to produce the content that we publish in our platforms. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christina. Any questions for Vanessa?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Vanessa, for the record. Christina, as always, I have to thank you because sometimes I know I send text message during our hours or late hours, but I really appreciate all the attention and the fast response that you and the staff of the council give to these important hot topics that we have in fisheries. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanessa. And also, I want to add that we, through the broadcast list that Wilson manages and also Nicole Gree, we always send information through for the features that have also WhatsApp too. I didn't mention that there, so thanks again.
Andy?
Yeah, I just wanted to say a huge thank you. It's impressive to listen over the course of the last couple of hours and hear about all the work that the Caribbean Council is doing for outreach and education. And specifically, thank you for the work you're doing to amplify and bolster information from NOAA fisheries and communicate that out to fishers. The question I have for you is, you're doing a tremendous amount of outreach and education work and communication. What are the biggest challenges you're seeing in terms of that and kind of hurdles with communicating with fishermen? And then also, where do you see kind of the successes that based on the work you put into this so far?
Okay. Challenges are a lot. People today, they communicate in many ways. And also you have a lot of pages, not necessarily from agencies, but people that produce their own content. Some of that content is very good. Other, it's misinformation. So I think that the biggest challenge is how to cope with that. Also, another challenge is that not all the people are in there. So we are covering the people that follow the social media pages and the council platforms. So you always have people that they don't follow any kind of social media. So that's another challenge beyond the social media thing. Other thing is that algorithms are working crazy those days and it changes a lot. And if you don't grab that engagement very quick, you will be working for hours in a post and you will not reach anyone. Eso está bien loco. Lo tengo que decir en español porque we have a lot of tools that we can continue managing on that and improving the ways that we publish there, but it's a huge challenge. And success are a lot there. One of the greatest success that I can say is that people here, no matter if they are mad at us, they don't blame at us or make bad comments down there in the post. So what I have seen of the Caribbean is that they are very respectful in the platforms. If they don't have anything good to say, they don't put it down there. They just simply don't like or don't follow or don't comment. But yeah, so I keep repeating that every day. Porque es como que I don't have to manage that amount of hate that others have to manage in other pages.
That's good.
Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, and thank you for that. And I think we're finding the same challenges and successes, right? Especially with social media. And this is coming from someone who doesn't tweet or post or do any of that, right? But being responsive to constituents, being available to obviously answer their questions goes a long way. And then I think in the way we communicate, right? We're in a world where people have essentially seconds to grab someone's attention. So social media can be a great way to do that with small snippets of information or some of the videos that you've created. So great job. Really nice work.
Thank you. Any more questions for Christina? Hearing none, thank you again, Christina, for a job well done. Thank you. Next, we have the liaison officers reports. We'll start with Leandri. So Leandri is the St. Croix liaison.
Hi, my name is Leandri de la Cruz. I'm the liaison for St. Croix. Good morning, first of all. Yeah, so I'm gonna be giving my report. Sorry for my language. I'm gonna be giving my report on everything that I've been doing for the past couple months. Can I get the first slide? Thank you. So I guess the first thing I want to talk about is MREP. Just because that's the first thing that I started working on after the council meeting the last time. So we've been having a lot of talk on it, and we're very excited about it. I started off the year pretty sick, so like I wasn't working on anything for a while. But as soon as I did get back into it, it was just a matter of sharing this information. Simply because it's gonna be the first thing that well, it was the first thing that we needed to get into basically, and it's gonna be the first one in a long time. And so this is pretty new to the island, so not a lot of people know about it. Not a lot of people is interested about it in it. But it was a matter of I guess the first big thing was Grayson starting the WhatsApp channel for all of our fishermen. So I thank him a lot for that because it was really big on getting everybody interested in it. And so, yeah, we started sending out flyers and information through there. People was asking questions, and it wasn't only about that. It was about not only targeting commercial fishers and people who've been in it for a while, but it was about targeting people my age, at least for me, especially because honestly, we don't grow up knowing about this kind of stuff. And I didn't know about it until I started working for you guys. But it was a matter of, growing up watching our families fish, and we didn't really understand the amount of collaboration and initiatives that bring fishermen and government agencies and stuff like that together. And so yeah, so it was a matter of taking these flyers and we posted it all over social media. I had my friends post it all over social media. And I was talking to people at my university. I had my university send it out on both campuses. By then we had a lot of people very interested in it and coming in and applying for it. And me, even if it was just over the phone, getting people to apply just like that. And so, yeah, to the point where we set everything up and we're ready to start this next month. And yeah, being able to work on presentations and with different biologists and basically just getting people really hyped, excited for it next month. The next big thing was Agriculture Fair is one of our big events, one of our biggest events in a VI, right? And so fair was a matter of introducing it into the community, right? Not only aquatic education, but reef responsible, at least for me. When I started this semester, I took one of my courses and I made it an internship. And this internship was about me taking aquatic education and the work I do as a liaison, as well as helping with the Reef Responsible program, starting to basically manage more trainings and being able to start integrating this education not only within our fishermen and our restaurants, but within kids as well, which I can get into a little bit later. But also to be able to gain more data and start measuring knowledge change, right? Knowledge impact within our communities. So what we did was, yeah, we had a Reef Responsible table and we had little activities for kids and families, even adults and older people was coming, people that was visiting from other places, and they all had a chance to come and hear about the program, hear about what we do here, and also to play these games and learn a lot about essential reef species and why is it important that we conserve them and stuff like that. And it was great. It went amazing. I collected a whole bunch of data, and it was just a great turnout because people was enjoying it, people was receiving it well, and that's what I wanted. You know what I mean? The responses. But yeah, in terms of reef responsible trainings, we don't have the most people getting into it right now, but I have started to talk to more fishermen about it, more restaurants about it. And it's stuff that everybody has been getting interested in. And now it's just a matter of finding times and days that work for people, especially since these trainings is them taking time out of something that they do on a daily basis and being able to just, receive some knowledge on things that they might have not understood before. But yeah, the people that has gone through the trainings have had great responses on, what I mean, it's things that they didn't know before. And so they really get into it. And that's the most important thing, because once we start doing it on a bigger basis, then we can start doing that every year, right? And that's a goal. I'm gonna skip bringing education and outreach because that's the biggest thing for me to talk about today. We started introducing the grouper guides to the island. The grouper guides are amazing, but it took a while for me to get them. But we started handing them out to a good amount of fishermen who appreciate it, especially because they did have that issue trying to figure out or distinguish between certain species. Especially now that we see in NASA groupers like everywhere, we're starting to do surveys and stuff like that. People catching them more. So even if it's just by mistake. And so, yeah, they've been receiving it well, and they look great. And, a lot of people started contacting me to get them and to be able to, just have them on hand, whether it's on their boat or in their car and stuff like that. So yeah, and then we also have our first tournament of the year, or the first of many, which was the Golden Hook Dolphin Fish Tournament. And this was fun. This was like really fun. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. Honestly, like it's one of the first tournaments from the Golden Hook. The Golden Hook Club is a diving club made up of different kinds of fishers, and they're the one that put on most of our tournaments on St. Croix. And so, we had a captain's meeting and we got out there. But what was so essential about this event for me is that, yeah, I was the way master and we had a reef responsible setup. We was talking to families, we were talking to fishers. But on the second day, we caught marlin. So like the first day is mahi, the second day is marlin. We catch and release marlin. So I went out with a group of fishermen who do sport fishing for every tournament every year. And I learned about what they do, on how they do it, on how they fish, on how they'll be in these tournaments, on a lot about the history of it. The fact that we reached to the point that before we used to be catching, well, they were expected to catch, 400 and 600 pounds of fish every tournament. And we got to the point where like 3 out of 7 teams brought in only 4 mahi between all of them. And on the second day, only 1 team out of the 7 caught a marlin. 1 caught a tuna, and then somebody else caught an eye, but we ain't gonna talk about that. And so, learn about the history, learn about what they do, and not only that, but interacting with their families. That's the most important thing for me, because that's the connections we make, right? That they see in my face so much to the point where they could trust me and they're inviting me and they're talking to me about not only like how they do these tournaments and what they're doing, but their concerns and the things that they've been seeing. And, that's the things that we want to know about, And so when it comes to bringing educational outreach to the high schools, this was huge for me because a main part of what I wanted to make my internship was, like I said, getting out there into the community. So what I did was I took the reef responsible materials and I created a new presentation out of it that is more catered towards kids, students, schools, right? And figured out what kind of materials I wanted. And I went out to the 2 main high schools, which was the first thing I wanted to start with, including Complex and Central. I started with Complex. But first, before I get into it, I'm going to tell you guys a story, right? So you guys know I didn't in college, right? So I started, I was in high school just like 2 years ago, right? And so when I left high school, my last year, we had 1 marine biology course or class. And this was like on the entire island. My issue when I was the year before that, when I was in my second to last year of high school, was that I already knew what I wanted to do and, what I like to do. But my concern was that there was nowhere for me to learn it and to apply it. And that's the kind of courses that colleges want to see, right? And so without knowing it, I met the assistant principal because she used to be my teacher, and she asked me what was my interest. And I told her what it was and what I wanted to study. In my graduating class, me and another girl were the only ones out of between 100 and 150 students that actually wanted to come into anything to do with sciences. You know, girls were cosmetology, boys was like engineering. And that's why I'll make you money, and that's what you like to do. So you know what to do, right? But yeah, the point is that by the next year already, when she came into the position, she added a marine biology course into that high school, right? And that's the first high school that, you know, was ever actually like incorporating anything to do with actual environmental conservation and marine biology. And so now at this point that I revisited the high school, we're to the point where we have the first course, they've added a marine biology course 2, and now they're about to add a course 3, which would include certifications in things like snorkeling, diving, free diving, scuba diving. And just because of how popular it's gotten. And in coming back to these high schools, there are a whole multitude of students that is interested in this field, you know, want to know more about these fields, asking questions about how they could get into it, where do they go, and who do they go to. And the point was that the fear back then was that it wasn't sustainable enough. It was my fear, it's still my fear. But now the point is how do I make this sustainable for me to make a career out of it? You know what I mean? And that was the main thing, right? So about the presentations, what I did was I made it more of like lessons. And so now in not only teaching about the work we do with trainings with fishermen and restaurants, but also teaching about the life cycles of corals. Why is it so important? The life cycles of essential reef species, why are they important? What kind of relationship they have? The things that we do, the CCRs, the reports, the territorial limits, what kind of fish do we deal with? How do they look? What are examples of them, and what part or role do they play? Not only that, but working with fishermen like Gerson's son, people like Jose Lopez, and people that brought me actual specimens. For now is lobster. I want to eventually get into lionfish, but bringing it to the schools, teaching them about the biology, the life cycles, the reproductive and behavioral habits of the lobster. They're interacting with it. And to the point where it was a learning experience for me, but they really get into it and they're very interested in it. You know, they were talking about it to the point where they, you know, more teachers were contacting me, asking me to come. You know what I mean? And we haven't got into Central yet, but they have already approved my presentations and the things that I want to do with the kids. And so this is a thing where I want to move it from the high schools to even more schools and programs and stuff like that. You know, and that was the biggest accomplishment for me this year, or the beginning of the year. So yeah, can I get the next slide, please? So these are some of the pictures. These are some of the kids that I work with. They were all amazing. They were great. Very responsive, asking me all kind of questions. And that was like my main fear, because like knowing what kind of high school I came from, very disinterested students, I'm not gonna lie to you, but they really loved it. And then this is from Agriculture Fair. This is one of the games that we played, which was like a simulation of, you know, a reef, you fishing certain fish. But the point was to show them the certain fish, how it looked, what kind of status do they hold on our fish list, you know, where do you find them, what's the importance of that species of fish. Can I get the next slide? Thank you. And then our first two was just examples of one fisherman that went through the training and one of our restaurants that went through the training. This is Linton. He's one of our deep water fishers. He was cool. He was amazing. We taught him everything, and he's been fishing since he was a kid. And to see that even a lot of the things that I was talking to him about, he didn't know about, but now he does. You know, that's what we're striving for, and that's the kind of areas that we want to target. And then restaurants, he owns one of a very popular and a food truck that was around for like years on years, but you know, he's incorporating what he's learned on our materials into his food truck and his restaurants. And you know, that was awesome to me. This is one of our fishers that received our grouper guides. I have like a whole bunch more pictures, but that's Gerson's son, which was very grateful for it. This is one of the families that we talk to when we went fishing, and this is the day of the tournament. All we catch was barracuda, but we gave it to them. But it was pretty cool to interact with some of the families, and this was from the Mahi Day, and of course, it's one of our other fishers that received the guide. But yeah, in terms of our future projects and goals, of course, is attending MREP, because it's gonna be lit. I know it. And bringing educational outreach, like I said, to every educational setting. So like even in the summer, to be able to get them out to youth groups. We have a whole bunch of conservation and biology programs that kids don't know about. And that's another goal on mine when it comes to, going to the schools and stuff, being able to incorporate lists or posters or something for the kids to understand that, have all of this going on around the island, and this is where they could go to. And that was another point in terms of the tournaments and meeting different kinds of people, because these groups like Golden Hook, is people that have already heard my ideas and already said, you know what I mean? Like when we go out and we do these events, like we want you there and we want you talking to people about everything that's going on, what you do, what you teaching, and you know what I mean? Just like that. So in that way we collaborate, and we're sharing information, we're sharing events, we're sharing experiences with everybody. The potential Queen Conch status workshops, we already been hearing about that, and we're already ready to work with you guys on, how we gonna spread the word, on how we gonna set those up, and how it's gonna look for our community. And then more tournaments, because there's like a whole bunch left. But it's gonna be super great, and we're gonna figure it out. And yeah, that was the end of my projects and goals. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Leandri. Great job. I'm glad to hear that you're doing outreach to high schools. I believe those are our future fishers. And I'm always of the opinion that I think that fishing should be a curriculum in schools, or fishing sustainably. And Graciela?
Okay, Leandre, are you including the taking of measurements from the different fish and the lobster in your presentations?
Okay, I do. So I took the commercial handbook and I took pictures of it so that they could see. And what I do is I also bring not only the live specimens, but I bring concads. I bring actual measurement tools that we use, and that way they get a taste of what these measurements look like, how we take the data, and why that's important. Of course, where does that go and who does it go to?
So a high school MREP.
Basically.
And being a port sampler for Fish and Wildlife, I think it's good to have the high schools know what you do and what we do with fish and the data. Thanks. Anything else for Leandri? Okay, hearing none. Listen, we're a little behind, so the management says we got to go eat lunch, and then we'll come back because we still have a couple more people on the liaison report. Okay, so we're gonna break for lunch, and we have a closed session that's gonna happen here at 1 o'clock from 1 to 1:30. So the rest of the group don't come back in this room until 1:30, or yeah, until 1:30, and I'll see you then. Voting members only for the closed session. Remember that. Anyone else? Hello. Christina? Good? Okay. So we're gonna get back to work. Okay. Let's get back to work. So we're gonna have a little change in the agenda because Ricardo has some a medical appointment to go to, so we're gonna bump him up first before we get to Nicole Griot from the St. Thomas Liaison and Wilson. So we're gonna have the microplastic discussion with Ricardo and Yesenia Marin. Ricardo, it's all yours.
Ricardo, for the record, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to say a few words before Yesenia start her presentation.
Go ahead.
Okay, as an introduction, I would like to share with you some important information about the subject. We're still in the Earth Week, in which Earth Day 2024 themes is Planet versus Plastic. The focus is on working to eliminate plastic usage for the sake of human and planetary health, and to decrease plastic production by 60% by 2040. Approximately 98% of single-use plastics are produced from fossil fuels. Plastic has been found everywhere, not only in ecosystems, in the atmosphere, but also in the food we eat, the water we drink, and even inside of our bodies. Serious human health problems associated with plastic include cancer, diabetes, heart disease, obesity, respiratory issues, reproductive and hormone problems, asthma, and more. Plastic is starting to generate a staggering proportion of Earth's carbon pollution. With this, I present you Yesenia Marin and welcome her.
Pues muy buenas tardes, mi nombre es Yesenia Marín Vargas. Me gradué recientemente de la Universidad Interamericana de San Germán de maestría en Ciencias Ambientales. Mis comités Ricardo López Ortiz, Evelyn Cepeda Pérez y Daniel Matos Caraballo. Les voy a hablar un poquito sobre mi investigación sobre de los microplásticos en el sistema digestivo en peces de arrecife comerciales y recreativas en Puerto Rico. Pues el objetivo general de este estudio fue evaluar la presencia de las partículas microplásticas en el sistema digestivo en peces de arrecife de importancia comercial y recreativa en Puerto Rico mediante un análisis descriptivo de las muestras colectadas entre el 15 de octubre del 2019 al 24 de septiembre del 2020. En cada muestra pues se fijó una etiqueta con los datos de cada individuo que se iban a estudiar, pero para yo poder investigar la presencia de microplástico en los sistemas gastrointestinales, pues se dividieron en dos partes. Como muestra en las imágenes, está el contenido gastrointestinal, que es lo que fue consumido por el pez recientemente y no es parte del tejido.
y pues el tracto gastrointestinal, que es el tejido desde el estómago hasta el final del intestino. Las partículas microplásticas que se encontraron en mi investigación, que estuvieron incrustadas en el sistema, en el tejido, se consideraron como bioacumulados. También para poder analizar las partículas microplásticas en el sistema gastrointestinal, pues se analizaron las siguientes variables. Las variables como microplástica, biométrica, morfométricas ambientales, taxonómica y pesquería. En el muestreo, pues los ejemplares fueron capturados en el este y el oeste de la plataforma insular de Puerto Rico. Las muestras de los comerciales me fueron donados por varias pescaderías, como la pescadería Doki en Mayagüez, en Villa Pesquera, Puerto Real y en Cabo Rojo, que es en Cabo Rojo, y pescadería Cadmiel, que fue en Naguabo. Los experimentales, pues me fueron adquiridos para la investigación científica del Departamento de Recursos Naturales por el programa CIMAP en el Laboratorio de Investigación Pesquera, que ahí fue que hice mi investigación, y estas muestras se recolectaron durante otoño, invierno y verano. En el procedimiento para poder extraer las partículas microplásticas, en el procedimiento que utilicé fue semejante al método de Lirio Sánchez, pero se modificó ese método en mi investigación, cambiando el equipo, los materiales y añadiendo el contenido gastrointestinal. Cada sistema gastrointestinal fue disectado. Después de ese procedimiento, se observó el contenido con un microscopio digital, como muestra en las imágenes, y con esa cámara de ese microscopio digital, se procedió a tomar una fotografía a cada partícula microplástica encontrado, para luego lavar los contenidos, añadir el peróxido de hidrógeno y luego proceder en el secado con una plancha, y después recoger los residuos de los tejidos gastrointestinales, y para después examinar los tejidos gastrointestinales con un microscopio óptico. En las variables de las partículas microplásticas, cada partícula se registró el color, la forma, si son fragmentos o fibras, y luego se midieron la longitud de cada partícula microplástica encontrada, además de cada proporción de peces contaminados con partículas microplásticas, tanto en el contenido como en el tejido. En las variables biométricas se determinó el peso, el largo de los sistemas gastrointestinales, los pesos de las gónadas, la determinación de sexo y etapa gonadal, tanto visual como microscópica. Más adelante los resultados se estarán demostrando, solamente se van a demostrar los resultados que fueron estadísticamente significativos. En las variables morfométricas, cada individuo se determinó la longitud con un ictiómetro para medir el largo total y el largo de horquilla de cada pez. Y también se pesaron y se midieron en gramos con una balanza Ohio's. También estos datos fueron provistos por el Departamento de Recursos Naturales. En las variables ambientales, la precipitación con mayor influencia hidrológica en las zonas de pesca que fueron muestradas, se compararon con las variables microplásticas en los contenidos y también en los tejidos. La precipitación mensual de la zona del este y oeste interior de Puerto Rico se obtuvo de los datos de NOAA del 2019 y el 2020, que ahí fue que esos dos se hicieron en mi investigación. En las variables ecológicas se compararon las partículas microplásticas que frecuentan o no en los distintos perfiles de hábitat, salinidades, fondos marinos y zonas batimétricas. Y siguiente. En las variables taxonómicas y de pesquería también se compararon los peces con partículas microplásticas de cada individuo.
que fueron pescados por cada arte de pesca como el arpón, caña de pescar, carrete de mano y el palangre. Y en los análisis de datos, pues para tener los resultados, para esta investigación se utilizó las estadísticas descriptivas, comparativas, asociativas, el error alfa que fue igual a un 5% y se ejecutaron usando el programa PAST. En las variables morfométricas y ambientales, en las variables biométricas se determinó el peso y el largo de los sistemas gastrointestinales, el peso de las gónadas, la determinación de sexo, no hubo en la comparación de los pesos y longitudes del sistema con las cantidades de partículas microplásticas tanto en el tejido y en el contenido, solo se encontró una correlación débil significativa entre el peso con las cantidades de partículas microplásticas tanto en el contenido como en el tejido. En las variables microplásticas, en las cantidades, las muestras total fueron de un 77 peces pertenecientes a 3 especies. Todas las partículas fueron detectadas en el estómago, ninguna en el intestino y tampoco no se detectaron partículas mesoplásticas. En el contenido de 61 peces muestreados, se detectaron 35 partículas en 21 muestras. En 34% de los peces contaminados con 1.7 partículas por pez contaminado. En el tejido, en comparación con el tejido gastrointestinal de 77 peces con 80 partículas microplásticas, se detectó 45 muestras. En el 58% de los peces contaminados y con 1.8 partículas por pez contaminado. En comparación, pues el promedio de partículas microplásticas en el contenido fue significativamente menor que en el tejido. En las variables de microplástico en las longitudes, pues en la primera gráfica se muestra que las longitudes de partículas microplásticas en el contenido. Se encontró que la partícula más larga en el contenido fue de 1.1 microgramos y la más corta fue de 6.8 microgramos. El largo promedio de las 35 partículas del contenido fue de 3.3. O sea que se demostró que la mayor frecuencia estuvo en las partículas microplásticas de menor tamaño, en comparación con la segunda gráfica, que ahí se demuestra las longitudes de las partículas microplásticas en el tejido. Se encontraron que la partícula más larga en el tejido fue de 15.5 microgramos y la más corta fue de 0.95 microgramos. Y el largo promedio de las 80 partículas microplásticas que se encontraron en el tejido, la mayor frecuencia estuvo de tamaño mediano. En comparación con el largo promedio de las partículas microplásticas en el contenido, fue significativamente más corta que en el tejido gastrointestinal y también se obtuvo una correlación débil pero significativa. En las variables microplásticas, en la forma, en el contenido, las 35 partículas que se encontraron en el contenido, se encontraron que todas fueron microhilos. En comparación con el tejido, también se detectaron con un 74 de las 74 partículas microplásticas, todas fueron microhilos, pero también se encontraron 6 microfragmentos con un 7.5%, como muestra en la segunda imagen. No se hizo una comparación pareada en las submuestras porque solamente se obtuvo un solo pez con un solo microfragmento, o sea que no se pudo pues comparar. En la variable microplástica en colores, en el contenido, como pueden ver en la primera gráfica, de las 35 partículas microplásticas en el contenido, se encontraron 5 colores, pero las más que predominaron fueron las negras en las partículas microplásticas. Fueron las más significativamente. En comparación con el tejido gastrointestinal, se encontraron 7 colores y en el tejido de las 80 partículas microplásticas, también las que predominaron fueron las negras, con un 41%. También predominaron las azules y las rojas, pero en total, pues la mayoría fueron las negras. En las variables climáticas, no se detectó ninguna diferencia significativa en la longitud de las partículas en el contenido entre el verano y el invierno, pero sí se detectó una diferencia significativa en el tejido gastrointestinal con una menor longitud promedio de partículas microplásticas en el tejido que fueron colectadas en otoño, que se demostró que las longitudes fueron más cortas en comparación con las del verano, que fueron las partículas más largas, y en el invierno fueron la segunda de longitudes más largas. En las variables ecológicas, en los perfiles de hábitat, la longitud de las partículas encontradas en el tejido en los peces que frecuentan en las áreas arenosas, las longitudes que los peces que frecuentan esa área obtuvieron las partículas más largas que las especies no frecuentan en esa área. En las longitudes encontradas en el tejido de los peces que frecuentan en las bahías, obtuvieron las partículas más largas y fue mayor que las que no frecuentan en las bahías. En los bosques de Gorgonia hubo diferencia al comparar lo encontrado en el tejido. Hubo menor proporción de peces con partículas microplásticas en las especies que frecuentan este perfil, que fueron 4 especies, que esas fueron las capitanes. Y resulta que esos 4 capitanes no obtuvieron ninguna partícula microplástica en los bosques de Gorgonia, en comparación con las especies que no frecuentan en los bosques de Gorgonia, obtuvieron cantidades microplásticas con un 62%. En las cantidades hubo menor cantidad de peces con partículas microplásticas que frecuentan en este perfil, que también fueron los capitanes, que no tuvieron ninguna cantidad microplástica en comparación con las que sí frecuentan, con las que no frecuentan en ese perfil, que obtuvieron 1.096, que sí obtuvieron cantidades microplásticas. Como no hubo partículas microplásticas en la especie que frecuentan en este perfil, que son los capitanes, pues no se pudo comparar las medidas de longitud. En los estuarios y lagunas hubo diferencia en las proporciones de peces con partículas microplásticas en el contenido entre los peces que frecuentan en los estuarios y lagunas, que fueron un 50%, y los que no frecuentan en esa hábitat con un 23%. Sobre el perfil de los lodos, hubo diferencia al comparar lo encontrado en el contenido gastrointestinal. En las proporciones, los peces que frecuentan en los lodos obtuvieron un 71% y los que no frecuentan un 30%. En las cantidades, los peces que frecuentan los lodos, los que sí frecuentan, obtuvieron más cantidad de microplástica en el sistema con los que no frecuentan. Y en las longitudes de partículas, los peces que frecuentan en los lodos obtuvieron menos partículas, las partículas más cortas que las que no frecuentan en los lodos, que fueron las partículas un poquito más largas. En las salinidades, solo hubo diferencia en la longitud de las partículas encontradas en el tejido entre los peces que frecuentan las aguas dulces, que obtuvieron las partículas más largas. con las que no frecuentan en las salinidades. En la sota batimétrica, entre las muestras obtenidas de peces que frecuentan las superficies y columnas, hubo diferencia al comparar lo encontrado en el tejido. En la cantidad, los peces que frecuentan en la superficie y columna obtuvieron la mayoría de la cantidad de partículas microplásticas comparada con las que no frecuentan. Y en la longitud de partículas microplásticas, las que sí frecuentan en la superficie y columna obtuvieron las partículas más cortas con las que no frecuentan en ese perfil. Similarmente, en la zona béntica, que hubo diferencia al comparar lo encontrado en el contenido, los peces que frecuentan en la zona béntica, en las cantidades, obtuvieron menos cantidad de partículas con las que no frecuentan en la zona béntica. Y en las longitudes de partículas microplásticas, los peces que frecuentan obtuvieron las partículas más largas con las que no frecuentan en las zonas bénticas. En las especies de peces, en el contenido no hubo diferencia significativa, pero sí hubo diferencia en las proporciones de peces con el tejido gastrointestinal. Como se muestra en la imagen, hay una gran diferencia en los capitanes con las colirrubias y los robalos, que en los capitanes, pues, esos fueron las únicas especies que no obtuvieron partículas microplásticas. En el tejido, las especies con mayor representatividad fueron el manchego con un 46%, el robalo con un 75%, que fueron los que más obtuvieron cantidad microplástica, después la colirrubia con un 75%, el macabí 33% y el capitán con un 0%. En los desembarcos y artes de pesca hubo diferencia en longitud de las partículas microplásticas encontradas en el tejido entre los desembarcos que en Villa Pesquera Puerto Real y Pescadería Doqui. En la Pescadería Doqui, los peces que se pescaron en la Pescadería Doqui obtuvieron las partículas más largas en comparación con la de Villa Pesquera Puerto Real y con la Pescadería Cadmien. Y en el CIMAC, obtuvieron las partículas más cortas, como se muestra en las gráficas. En la cantidad y longitud, en las artes de pesca, en la proporción, los peces que se pescaron, que se pescaron con la caña de pescar, fueron un 68%, los cordeles con un 54%, el palangre 80% y el arpón un 0%, que con el arpón fueron los que se pescaron a los capitanes. Curiosamente, en la longitud, los peces que se pescaron con la caña de pescar obtuvieron los microplásticos más largos en comparación con los cordeles y el palangre, que el palangre fueron las más cortas y el arpón ninguno. Como no hubo partícula en la pesca con el arpón, pues no se pudo medir las partículas microplásticas. En los tipos y tamaños de anzuelos, en el contenido, pues no se detectó ninguna diferencia significativa, pero en el tejido sí. En el tejido de la pesca con el anzuelo J, se obtuvo las partículas más largas que en el tamaño número 10. Perdón, con la C. Con el tipo de anzuelo C, que fueron las partículas más cortas, y en la J, las partículas más largas. Y en el tamaño número 10, se obtuvo las partículas microplásticas más largas en comparación con el tamaño de anzuelo 9,0. En conclusión, pues con las variables de las partículas fue el primer registro de partículas microplásticas en los tractos digestivos de peces en Puerto Rico y el Caribe, actualizando el nivel de alerta sobre estos contaminantes. Más del 50% de los peces se bioacumuló o sea que las tenían incrustadas en el tejido gastrointestinal. Hubo mucha bioacumulación comparable con lo reportado en el Canal de la Mancha, Ecuador, México, Turquía y Guatemala. Se detectó partículas microplásticas con mayor cantidad en el tejido que en el contenido, lo que sugiere que la bioacumulación es bastante persistente. Las partículas microplásticas bioacumuladas, o sea, en el tejido, fueron en promedio el doble de largas que las ingeridas recientes en el contenido gastrointestinal, lo que cual sugiere que las más pequeñas están menos tiempo detectables en el tejido, ya sea porque penetran menos o son rechazadas al ambiente o transferidas a otros tejidos más rápido. Las partículas detectadas fueron principalmente en forma de microhilos, similar los reportes encontrados. En las biométricas y morfométricas, la longitud de las partículas ingeridas recientemente y las bioacumuladas no fueron relacionadas al sexo, etapa gonadal o tallas de peces. La gran diferencia de los tamaños entre los peces muestrados y las partículas sugiere que las ingieren pasivamente, según entra al agua, al sistema digestivo o indirectamente, por biomagnificación con presas contaminadas. En las variables ambientales, las similitudes en las características de las partículas microplásticas detectadas entre zonas y estaciones de mayor y menor precipitación fluvial apunta que estos contaminantes son ubicuos en el océano y su principal origen no necesariamente es endógena en Puerto Rico. Las partículas encontradas en el tejido durante otoño fueron de menor longitud que las detectadas en verano e invierno, lo que coincide con el hundimiento de las aguas más densas durante la lluvia, teniendo el efecto contrario a las zonas de afloramiento. Y en las ecológicas taxonómicas de pesquería, pues la ingestión de partículas fue mayor en las especies que frecuentan en los lodos, estuarios y lagunas, lo cual puede estar relacionado al tamaño del grano, la deposición de los sedimentos y el dinamismo de las corrientes en estos hábitats, que causan una mayor exposición y por más tiempo de estos contaminantes a los peces y sus presas. A juzgar con la proporción de peces con bioacumulación, es posible que los bosques de Gorgonia sean de los hábitats con menos exposición a las partículas microplásticas en comparación con los lodos, los estuarios y lagunas, probablemente por el dinamismo de las corrientes. Pero hay que tener cautela con esta inferencia, ya que la muestra de los peces que frecuentan en los bosques de Gorgonia fue tan solo de 4 capitanes, como dije anteriormente. La contaminación estuvo presente en peces que frecuentan en las aguas marinas, salobres y dulces, aunque la longitud promedio bioacumulada fue mayor en peces que frecuentan las aguas dulces. En comparación con los que no lo hacen, probablemente se incluye aquí alguna influencia de partículas originadas en Puerto Rico menos desgastadas. No se encontró diferencia en las proporciones de peces con partículas y las cantidades de estas entre las zonas de desembarco son consistentes con que la exposición a los contaminantes es ubicua a estas especies. La hidrodinámica de nutrientes de las zonas de afloramiento usadas por el pescador comercial en comparación con las pescas experimental en lugares aleatorios usados por CIMAP pudiera explicar por qué hubo más partículas microplásticas y estas eran de menor longitud en el tejido de las especies que frecuentan la superficie y columna de agua en comparación con las especies que frecuentan en las zonas bénticas. Las partículas bioacumuladas tenían menos longitud en la pesca desembarcada por CIMAC y los tipos de anzuelos C, con tamaños 9.0 que la desembarcada en la pescadería y los anzuelos J. Tamaño 10. Se encontró que la longitud de las partículas fue menor en las muestras de palangre que en la caña de pescar y el carrete.
¿Se trancó? Yesenia,
Ujú.
Yesenia, ¿te queda alguna otra?
No, esa fue mi investigación. Eso fue
Este,
todo.
realmente es refrescante ver jóvenes como tú, entrada en la ciencia pesquera. Y me alegra mucho porque esto es un tópico que nosotros empezamos a explorar. Y el trabajo que has hecho con los plásticos, cómo se integran a la cadena alimenticia a través de los peces, es importante para nosotros poderlos entender en el futuro. Así que te felicito, te agradezco que hayas venido acá y hacer esta presentación. Te soltamos a que sigas, continúes con eso y estamos a tu disposición cuando quieras presentar algo de los trabajos que tienes. Mr. Chairman, si hay alguna pregunta del grupo.
Thank you. We have a few questions here. Crespo and then Vance. Oh, I'm sorry, Ricardo. I'll do Ricardo first.
Yesenia, thanks for the presentation. I just have a comment for the council. It is very interesting that when she compared the data collected from CMAP, we have to take into consideration that CMAP fish in a random way. And she compared that random sampling with what was brought by the fishermen. The fishermen don't go randomly. They go to special spots where they know they're gonna fish. And what she found was that in the random plots of CMAP, the amount of microplastic was lower than in the fishes brought by the fishermen. The fishermen usually go to places where there is afloramiento, how you say that? Upwelling, in places with upwelling. So most probably that movement toward the surface is moving the microplastic to the surface where many of the fishes are found and fish. I wanted to bring that because the dynamic of the waters seems to be very important in terms of the bioaccumulation of microplastics in the fishes. Thanks.
Thank you. Crespo.
Interesting presentation. I wonder if you are planning to extend this investigation to other species. Me gustaría saber si, tremenda presentación, te felicito. Entonces, me gustaría saber, ¿usted piensa extender esta investigación para otras especies?
Sí.
Si usted está interesada, a mí pues me gustaría que se evaluaran los palcos de aguas profundas y yo le podría proveer de las muestras que usted necesite de diferentes partes de la plataforma pesquera del oeste de la isla.
Estaría encantada.
Hablamos.
Vance.
Sí, felicidades por tu trabajo. Estás dentro de un campo que tiene un futuro bien extenso y espero que puedas expandir tu investigación para contestar preguntas como, por ejemplo, ¿cuál es el origen de estos plásticos? ¿Qué tipo de plástico? Polipropileno, polietileno, PVC. Eso sería una. Y lo otro, que si es investigar, en cuanto hablaste de eventos, pues diferentes comunidades de eventos acumulan. Son áreas de deposición versus otras que son áreas de resuspensión. Por ejemplo, las praderas de hierbas marinas tienen el efecto de baffling, de trapping and binding. O sea, y tienes un récord en el sedimento que con unas catas y haciendo carbono 14, o inclusive isótopos de oxígeno para saber la temperatura, puedes saber cuándo comenzó este problema. Y de ahí puedes establecer hipótesis de cómo es que llega ese sedimento acumulado desde que se empezó a acumular a las diferentes cadenas alimenticias. Esa es la pregunta que a mí me estimularía seguir, pero felicidades, Yesenia, y que siga echando para adelante.
Gracias.
Ricardo and then Sabater.
Yes, a comment for what Vance just brought. Her master thesis is available on internet. And one of the things that she found was that the samples from the east and the west, she didn't find any difference in terms of amount of microplastics and the length of the microplastics. So that with the other comparison that she made, she's suggesting that most of the microplastics that we have in Puerto Rico are not endogenous from Puerto Rico, are not produced in Puerto Rico, but they are coming from elsewhere. Most people talk about the microplastic coming from the currents of the water, but new information, the new science is talking about that probably the microplastic at that size, which we are more of them were nanoplastics, super tiny, might be coming with the air, probably from Sahara or from other places. We don't know that yet, but that is what is been talking about in the latest news.
Sabater.
Cuando tú dices que hay los microplásticos en el tejido, ¿te refieres a la piel más la carne o
Sí,
solamente en la piel?
no es del sistema digestivo, pero después que están secados, eh, en la plancha, porque se secaron por 24 horas. Pero es el sistema gastrointestinal. Primero se lavan, después se echan al peróxido de hidrógeno por 18 horas y después los residuos que quedan se dejan secar en una plancha por 24 horas y ese es el tejido de los residuos que se pudieron rescatar de ese experimento.
Pero, o sea, de la parte que se come del pescado, ¿encontraron este plástico? ¿Qué es?
Del contenido recientemente, sí.
Sí.
No, de la carne.
De la carne.
No, ella no estudió la carne, ella solamente estudió el sistema digestivo.
No, la carne no, por eso, porque esa es la... Gracias.
Yeah.
You know, we are short of time, but I'm going to Roberto. Other studies have shown that yes, in the meat they found it. One important finding of her work is that something that Ricardo touched is that those microplastic or nanoplastic are in the water, not necessarily created by our people here. Because every time that we have this, there's somebody looking for an excuse to knock on the head of the fishers. And the other thing is that the percentage produced locally versus the percentage that arrived to the area is significant, you know. And you and I, according to the latest study, we did the equivalent of a American Express plastic card every week. Used to be every year, now it's every week. For some people, that's good because it helps some tissues, for others, create cancers and everything. So, yo creo que tu trabajo va a tener mucha influencia en los próximos años en términos de sobre el concepto de dónde vienen esos plásticos, quién los produce, cómo podemos nosotros atacar tal vez ese problema. Ahora mismo, pues, todo el mundo está en contra de los plásticos, pero sin embargo, se produce más plástico ahora que lo que se producía hace 10 años atrás. Así que, y yo soy uno de los culpables, porque antes las bolsitas cuando era de gratis contaminaban, ahora creo que está 10 centavos no contaminan. Sin embargo, duran 400 años versus 100 que eran los otros. Así que te agradecemos mucho que hayas podido venir hoy. Yo creo, Mrs. Sherman, que vamos a invitarla otra vez cuando continúe esos trabajos. Muchas gracias.
Okay.
Un placer.
Thank you. Okay, so between drinking from water bottles and eating a lot of fish, I must be loaded with microplastic. Ricardo, do you need to finish up the deep water snapper? Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ricardo Lopez for the record. Well, in terms of timing, during Friday, September 1st of 2023, the Secretary of DNR endorsed the Administrative Order 2023-07, which eliminate the restrictions on permits through delimited entries and create a precautionary ban for 3 consecutive months starting in June. That was in September last year. In a few months after that, we achieved the interest and main goal of the Commercial Fishery Research Management Division, which was to be able to have a better approximation of the fishermen who harvest these species, many of them fishing without permission, and who have now requested permission, becoming legitimate. In December 6th, we have the 183 meeting of the Caribbean Fishery Management Council, and we discussed this. We discussed the need to prohibit the fishing for these species in accordance with the Administrative Order 2023-07, which was as a social and economic precaution considered by DNR based on a previous experience back in 2013. Then the possibility of amending the administrative order and eliminating everything related to the 3-month precautionary ban was suggested in that meeting. In December 13, it's a week later, the DNR Fishery Research Management Division received suggestions of the language for the new administrative order. The same day, in the afternoon, it was suggested to the Subsecretary of DNR that the precautionary ban will no longer be necessary. In April 17, a lot later, last week, a new attorney came to DNR. His name is Luis Soto Mieses. And he wrote to us that he was taking care of this new administrative order. We didn't know if that was a good news or bad news at that moment. But just the fact that he wrote to us was a very good news. A little later, he told us that he will be working in the administrative order, make some questions, and produce the new administrative order, which is 2024 a new number that I don't have yet, to establish the procedure and requirement to obtain the special permit for fishing for queen snapper and cardinal snapper. Section 9 of that new order specifically administer Order 2023-07 issued on September 1, 2023 is repealed. So that administrative order is no longer in function. In Section 12, this administrative order will take effect 30 days after its publication on the internet and on the newspaper, whichever comes first. Yesterday at 4:17 p.m., the new order was in the secretary's desk. So hopefully during this week that is published and we will not have the ban of those 3 months, but the requirements will be the same as in the other orders, that the fishermen have to provide the statistics, need to have some experience, exactly the same requirements as the other ones. So hopefully for this week, we will have that new order approved and signed. That's my update.
Thanks, Ricardo, Miguel.
Yes, Ricardo and I talked about this before. Please let us know once you have the document, and Cristina is going to help DNR publishing and make sure that all the fishers get to know this information in Spanish. And then in the case of the Puerto Rico DAP, this is one of the topics they wanted to discuss. So I believe that we can then invite you directly with those good news, by the way, but also to explain the process for them to obtain that particular license.
Yes, of course. Thanks for that opportunity. I'll be there if you call me. Another thing is that even when we have this new order, the important thing is to collect the new data. and see where are we going instead of being walking blind. We need to know where are we going. So things may change, and there are other things that we must do. For example, start talking more about a permit, a federal permit, which I know is one of the plans, and keep the conversation with Maria Lopez and Andy, keep them updated with this. That is part of our plan.
Andy, and then Nelson.
Thank you for the update, Ricardo, and thank you for taking the time to speak with us during one of the breaks earlier. It's very helpful and informative to understand the context, especially when you're trying to improve compliance, and particularly with reporting and kind of the lack of compliance with limited access. I just wanted to put on the record, obviously, what we shared with you. Our concerns, obviously, is that deep water snappers are long-lived. They are vulnerable to fishing mortality because of the long time span that they live. And right now the regulations are being relaxed. We haven't changed the catch limits. And so certainly as landings data and information emerges, right, we'll have to evaluate those catch limits and accountability measures carefully and work with Puerto Rico DNR if in fact the catch limits are triggered, right? And so ultimately accountability measures have to be implemented. But with that said, the information also coming in will be beneficial in terms of learning from that and what changes might be occurring in the landings data. So just look forward to working with Puerto Rico further on this.
Nelson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before all, Ricardo, I really appreciate the time you take to attend the Fisher's concern. That for me is a high value from you. And I'm wondering how many permits the DNR have for the deepwater snapper at the moment.
Ricardo Lopez for the record. Nelson, thanks for that question. I do have a little table that I used to evaluate this back in 2023. If I may share this with you. In 2022, the permit requested at that moment were 67. Those were the ones evaluated by Daniel Matos. But valid permits before the 2023-07 administrative order were only 50. There is a small difference between 50 and 77 that can be explained by many ways. For example, permits that are in transit that Daniel was checking but were not approved yet, other that were not approved, etc. So the final number, the valid number at that time was 50. We have at that time 91 observed new fishermen requesting the permit. A total of 141 permits is what is added when you add 50 plus 91. That's the total permit that we have at that time. 108 fishermen who report fishing in 2022 statistics, of which 50 to 77 had permits. (41 to 58 fishermen report fishing queen and cardinal snapper in 2022 out of 108, which I mentioned before. 41, that means that 41 to 58 fishermen were fishing without having the permits, but they were reporting. Could be more. 219 fishermen or anglers report snapper unit 1 in 2022. So that is what we expect of a fisherman that can go and fish the unit 2, not immediately, but close to immediately. That's our universe. 152 to 169 fishermen were expected at that moment in December, like the ones that could be requesting the new permit. That difference is minus 61 to minus 78. When you compare what we observe of what we expect. That was in December. From December to toward today, we might have new permits that are not included in this analysis.
Okay. It is evident that in one moment the ACL is going to be overpassed. So, and I open to work with you to develop strategies to mitigate the impact and try to find some ways to maintain the resort sustainable and to try to work as much as possible to not overpass the ACL. So I'm here if you need me. I'm here anytime you want.
Thank you, Nelson.
Vanessa?
Thank you, Chair. Vanessa Ramirez for the record. Ricardo, in the same line of Nelson, I really appreciate the importance that you give to the comments of the fishermen and what we asked in the past meeting, and also that you have been always open to not only hear our comments, also work for get together all the best information available. And of course, we are always, as fishermen, available to work with the State Department with the information that they need, and to spread the word also with the fishermen that the importance of the data. And of course, we are waiting for that new order. So as soon as it's get, I wish to have a copy. Thanks.
Thank you, Vanessa.
Okay, thank you. Anything further for Ricardo? There are none. Thanks a lot, Ricardo.
Mr. Chairman, please excuse me, I have to leave. I will leave Daniel Matos.
Oh, I'm sorry. We got one thing up there on the chat.
Michelle Shatter. Ricardo Lopez, will this be a limited entry permit?
Can you repeat the question, Michelle?
Will this be a limited entry permit?
No. The permit in the new order is not a limited entry permit.
Okay. Thank you, Ricardo. Okay, back on schedule with liaison reports. Next, it would be the St. Thomas St. John liaison, Nicole Grillo. Sorry, I had to bump you, Nicole.
That's okay. Good afternoon to everyone. I am Nicole Grillo, the Fisheries Liaison for the Division of Fish and Wildlife on St. Thomas and St. John. Next page, please. So some of the fishing community activities I have been up to this year are quite interesting and also incredibly educational. So the biggest thing that we did, or that I've done so far, was the watershed pollution prevention workshop, but I'll get to that in a moment. So we started off the year with the Mangrove and Coral Restoration Workshop, which was put together by Dr. Marilyn Brandt, Kristen Grimes, and also Dr. Cynthia McCasey. That was really interesting because very rarely do we ever have an anthropologist there during these workshops to figure out and to see the reactions of the people that utilize these communities and the areas and habitats where these mangrove and coral outplantings are being done. So I was very happy to see someone there to truly listen and take the feel of the community for these things. Some of the things that were discussed, the area that was particularly discussed for this particular workshop was Hull Bay. And some of the questions that were asked during the workshop were not really thought of by the people that were carrying it out. Questions like, what happens to these outcroppings for the coral, specifically when we have fishery tournaments? When the boats are coming in, are you going to have buoys there? Is there going to be someone that will be going out consistently and taking a look at where these new corals are being planted to make sure that no one is messing with them? that we don't have visitors in the water trying to pick them up or move them around. And so Dr. Marilyn Brandt was able to give us answers on that particular question. The disheartening thing that I spoke to Dr. Grimes with, and also to Dr. McCasley, is that when we have these workshops and these outplantings that are taking place, a lot of times the people that are utilizing these areas are not, I would say, targeted to attend these workshops. And so in the future, they are going to try to have a more mass advertising of these workshops to try to incorporate the people that are actually utilizing the places where these plantings are taking place. Now, for the watershed pollution prevention workshop and listening session, that was very surprising. I only learned about that from a colleague of mine that told me the listening session was taking place, and so far they didn't have any representations from the people that were going to be affected by what is called non-source point pollution. So in other words, we have a lot of guts running through St. Thomas especially, and when the water leaves the hills, it inevitably ends up into the ocean. So the key point for this particular listening session was to figure out what is happening on the hillsides that could potentially be affecting the corals and the habitats, the delicate habitats in the areas where these guts will drain out into. They are planning on taking that information and having another meeting and listening session that hopefully will produce a wider audience. I gave them the names and contact numbers of some of our representatives from the fishing community as well as from the dive community. I have to say that the most exciting thing that I have done as far as interaction with the fishing community is the scheduling of port samples. We finally have ice available to our fishermen, which is a beautiful thing, and it just makes them feel that much more easier about having their fish out to have these port samples done. Some of these port samples can take anywhere from an hour to an hour and a half, and that is a lot of time to have your fish out, especially if you're a fisher that comes in at around 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So they were very pleased to hear that we now have ice available to them. I've been communicating with not only our Division of Fish and Wildlife branch, but also our enforcement officers dealing with issues that are taking place and that the fishers are concerned about. Things like the bringing in of catch that is possibly not from the Virgin Islands, having officers be aware of activities that are taking place in our marinas that fishermen have called me and brought to my attention, and also for really cool things like sea turtle nestings on one of our keys off of the north side of the island. We also have been fielding a lot of calls. I utilize Maggie, who is our fishery biologist for the Division of Fish and Wildlife, on recreational fisher questions. So because a lot of the folks have been seeing me out and about at the fish markets, they see me attending different community activities and events. They get my phone number, and when they have a question concerning the recreational side of things, they give me a call. So I'm really glad that they have my phone number, that they're also able to go into the Division of Fish and Wildlife office and pick up materials on the questions that they're asking. Next slide, please. So this is the fun stuff. This is what makes the liaison position really interesting and pretty much worthwhile. The Reef Responsible program is about our sustainable seafood, and Leandri touched a lot on that, almost being the educational aspect of the Division of Fish and Wildlife. We get invited, Reef Responsible, to attend different functions, to attend different events where we get a chance to not only educate the public on sustainable seafood and the hows and whys of fish being sustainable, which fish you should really pay attention to, which fish you may want to not eat so much of. We, the Division of Fish and Wildlife, because that's who I was representing, had a chance to attend different things like the Kids Expo, where the photo with the young man And that blue circle, that is our fishing game. And this was really cool. So our fishery biologist, Danielle and Tia, helped with putting this together and getting the fish and everything. And it's really interesting to see the children interacting with this as well as their parents. The gist of this game was the kids were allowed to catch a fish. They also learned about whether or not the fish they caught, even though they were allowed to catch it on a hand line, if they needed to release it, or if it was allowed to stay and go home for their plate. Catching things like the Nassau grouper or fish that we had put on the mat that were considered out of season. If anyone caught any of those fish, we told them why they needed to put it back. And then we also told them the level of sustainability and the function of that particular fish in the ecosystem. We had a touch tank where the children were able to interact with different species of invertebrates that we had collected. And also there was a habitat exhibit, and that is on the top right-hand corner where you'll see a lot of trees and leaves and bush. We even have a mangrove exhibit there where the parents and the children learned a lot more about our mangrove habitats and the different areas of the mangrove habitats. The fishing tournaments that I attended enabled me to hand out the grouper guides as well as more of our calendars. I also had a chance to interact with a lot of the charter fishers. And this was really good because not only were they very interested in obtaining more of the grouper guides, but they also, some of the crew members were not aware of specific seasonal closures on some of the fish that we had. And some of these charters do not stay within our 3-mile limit. So it was really good and very helpful to be able to educate those particular people. We were also able to display some of the posters and the educational materials that the Division of Fish and Wildlife has available for the general public. And that is what's displayed on the poster board and also on the tables that you see there. Next slide, please. So works in progress. Here in St. Thomas and also in St. John, we have an issue with sanitation and also with areas for the fishermen and their customers to relieve themselves. One of the biggest markets we have here that does not have any restroom facilities available in the general area is Market Square. So the fishers there have asked for sanitation improvements. I have been in conversations with the Deputy Commissioner of Agriculture who has jurisdiction over that particular fish vending site. And we are trying to see what we can do to assist the fishers with that particular request for sanitation improvements. There is the equity and environmental justice push that's now taking place in the Virgin Islands. And I'm really pleased to see that we now have a VI Justice Initiative that is done by the Environmental Defense Fund. And this is something that is going to allow the marine side of the islands to get equity as far as representation is concerned with things that are happening, including laws that are coming down, things that are happening within the marine fisheries that will adversely affect both fishers and charters, and also giving fishers and marine usage people a way to help and have someone assist them with any legal matters or questions that may come up involving the marine fisheries and their rights. The conch status information video is something that I'm looking forward to. I had a chance to have a conversation and emails back and forth with Oriane Sadzik, and I'm hoping that when the conch workshops get kicked off that we're going to be able to have a video as well, because a lot of the fishers would like to see something visual and easy for them to listen to, as well as something that is in plain speak about what is happening with our queen conch status. Radio program space. This is really good. So we do have a public relations officer, but very rarely do we ever have space to put out things like incidents that are going to be positive for the fishers, things that are coming up and coming down the line as far as workshops or as far as meetings go. This is a way to get people that do not use social media very often, because almost everybody listens to the radio here when they're going out on their boat or when they're in their car. And this is just another way to have information disseminated. public meetings with fish stakeholders. This is done directly through the Fishery Advisory Committee, and we are now in the works of putting together a list of meetings that we're going to include our commercial and recreational fishers to get their feedback on different regulations and also different things that we would like to see implemented in the near future through our Fisheries Advisory Committee. Enforcement communications, I touched on a little bit earlier. This is dealing with things like the sea turtle nesting, boats coming and offloading fish that are unfamiliar to the fishermen that utilize the marinas or the areas where it's happening, and then seeing large amounts of things like lobsters being offloaded at marinas with boats that do not have U.S. Virgin Islands registration. So I want to thank the communications officers, especially Officer Gums and Officer Castro, who have never, ever refused my phone calls and always called me back with what they have done and when they were able to go out to the areas that I have mentioned to them. Next slide, please. So this is one of our fishery or one of our most utilized fishermen docks where our fishing boats or the fishing fleets are on the East End. That is our East End Reserve. One of the things that we're going to be working on is trying to get that area cleaned up. A lot of the fishermen have been talking about the fact that hurricane season is on the rise. We still have not heard or seen anything being done with the Delaric boats that are being tied and chained up to the mangroves. What is going to happen if we do have another category 4 or 5? How many more boats will be lost? So I just want you all to take a look at that final slide. That is not even a third of the area. And those boats that you see in the background, yes, they are tied up to some mangroves. So hopefully we'll be able to get that taken care of in the near future. I know grant money and grant funding is a really big deal. So the Fishery Advisory Council or Committee is going to also have that as one of our public meeting discussions. Thank you all for your time, and I hope you have a good afternoon.
Thank you, Nicole. Any questions for Nicole? Graciela?
Nicole, thanks for the presentation. So I heard you a number of times say that, funding initiatives to do the work that you want done and the fishers want done. Have you already identified any of these funding sources?
There is one that is going to be spoken about, and it's with the Environmental Defense Fund. And I'm going to be in a meeting actually tomorrow with that. So in my lightning talk, I have a chance to ask that particular question about getting funding for these specific things, because this is actually considered an inequity as far as the way that it affects that specific demographic. So far, the only thing that I've come up with or that I've reached out to has been the Environmental Defense Fund.
Thank you.
Any more questions for Nicole? Hearing none. Thanks again, Nicole. Wilson Santiago, Puerto Rico liaison. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Wilson Santiago, Puerto Rico Fishery Liaison. Okay, this is my report from this past month in 2024. Okay, so my participation, we have a very busy month this past with a lot of educational tables and participation as a liaison. We have been participating in the CDA 84 virtual DAPs, SSC meetings. We have attending calls from fishers regarding the federal and state waters. Those calls have been to the council, some of them to the council, and I just wanted to bring something to the council because some of those calls were American people, like tourists, some of them tourists, some of them Americans that are going to live over here, and they are recreational features. So the major of their questions was about the states and federal regulations. So I just orient them and send them to the CFMC website. But it will be good if we can work some educational material or to put in the social medias regarding the recreational fisheries regulations, back limits, species, and all that. So that will be a recommendation for the council. I will be bringing this to the OEAP meeting in June. I think it's the next meeting. So other participation that as a liaison I have been in the Virtual Caribbean Branch seminar series monthly. That is a very good initiative. So they have been very good topics. Okay, so another virtual NOAA feature is aquaculture meeting. We have been collaborating with Cristina Olan with information on the Puerto Rico state waters for CFMC web fish and the fish app. We gave an orientation workshop for the Puerto Rico Department of Agriculture agronomists. The agronomists in the Department of Agriculture work directly. Some of them work directly with the fishing communities with federal funds, and we gave them a workshop regarding the statistics program, the everything that the Department of Agriculture need to know about the fisheries. So we have been helping PhD and master students to appointing them to people that can help them in their studies in Puerto Rico fisheries or corals. So they have been sending me emails. Those students send me email. We meet virtually. So we have been helping the students too. Next slide, please. Okay, in the outreach and education participation, with Ricardo Lopez, with Dr. Ricardo Lopez, we have been creating a state water cluster stickers. We are working with it right now. I'm going to the artista gráfico, graphic artist, graphic designer. Yeah. So we are working with it. We have been printing various fact sheets for distribution. We have been delivering the CFMB educational materials to several people, fishing communities around the island. We delivered the calendars and other educational material to fishing villages and fishing communities. The calendars we take them to all fishing village. Me and Janet Ramos went in a trip to all fishing village and gave them the calendars. So the educational tables, and this past month, one of them was in the festival Come Pez León y Galamar Diamante in Guayanilla, Marine Science Career Day at the Puerto Rico University Mayagüez, the room. AECIMA, that's AECIMA, but it's AECIMA. It's an organization of the Puerto Rico University marine from marine biologists students. So they invited us to the 7th Marine Symposium in La Educational Table and the Cabo Rojo Municipality Fair. This week in Saturday, I'm going to be participating in with another educational table in Cabo Rojo in a fishing tournament from the DNR. So they are continuing inviting me to bring them educational table with educational materials. So we'll be joining a lot of places. We are being on a recent education participation is the MREP Puerto Rico Steering Committee. I belong to the steering committee, so MREP is going to be in August. So we are working together with them and with other partners to make this happen. So I'm the weekly post at WhatsApp broadcast list that like always, Cristina give me a backup on sending me information for me for distributing to I have added like 200 features in this past month. So now the numbers are like 600 features that I have in that broadcast list in WhatsApp. So they are getting the message. Next. Yeah. Okay. So from the week of April 29 and May 3, personnel of HMS, NOAA Fishery HMS office, contact me so I can help them doing the coordination for this workshop. Okay, they are going to be here from the 29th to May 3. We coordinated 5 different workshops in 5 different places, municipalities. One is going to be in Aguadilla, Cabo Rojo, Ponce, in Arecibo. That is tentative, but yesterday they confirmed me, so it's going to happen in Arecibo and Dorado, and we are going to they are going to give a workshop about the HMS permit for commercial and recreational. So 1 hour workshop and then 2 hours helping them solicit and renew their permits. So we are going to be this next week working with this. That's what. So my next step as a liaison, the HMS workshop is next week. CFMC educational exhibit at different location, and I want to thank Miguel Rolón for inviting me this year for the Fish Friday event and at the office of Department of Commerce in Washington. So we will be with the Caribbean CFMC tent over there. We are returning with the educational commercial workshop. We have been in a stop like more than 8 months, but we are returning and with them soon, and continue spreading the CFMC educational materials around Puerto Rico and other educational materials that Sea Grant program bring us. TNSC brought us some educational materials too, so we all giving them to the fishing communities. So that will be all for me for my report. This is my contact information. Any question?
Vanessa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Vanessa Ramirez for the record. I just want to thank you, Wilson, as always, for the great communication that you have with fishermen. They really love you. They really are open to receive the message. And for them especially, and I have to say, the WhatsApp messages that you send, they're always looking for that. And they always receive you in a nice way, no matter the information, if it's good or bad, but the way that you transmit that and the way that you express the truth is something that they really value. So thank you for all your work. As always, they are waiting for more and more education programs in the Fisherman Village and around the Puerto Rico. And I hope that you enjoy the fried fish because I know that you deserve to be there. Thanks.
Thank you, Vanessa.
Okay. Any more questions for Wilson? There are none. Thanks again, Wilson. So next on the agenda would be the
Wilson with kids also. Wilson with kids.
It looks like me. Okay. Next is shark management needs in Puerto Rico. Wanda Ortiz.
Yes, so let's talk a little bit about some things we should consider regarding shark management in Puerto Rico and a few observations as well. Let's see if this works. Tengo que apuntarlo a algún lado. Ahí está. Oh. Voy. Vaya. Ahora sí. Okay, so this is a very would you say a variable group of fish, that range from predators to omnivores, all classified under the infraclass Selachii. Worldwide have been described around 544 species, and more are still being discovered to this day. And in U.S. Caribbean waters, of which 47 species have been reported in U.S. Caribbean waters, and there are possibly more. As a group, they're facing global decline, many of them, and this positions them among the most threatened group of vertebrates and megafauna in the world. So these are some of the threats they're facing. The main threat being overfishing. They're being captured as target and bycatch species. In the case of Puerto Rico, they're mostly catch incidentally. But what mostly has been affecting them from this topic specifically is mixed fisheries, because they're being exploited for multiple uses that range from meat for human consumption and animal feed to skin for to use the leather for furniture. Shark holes, and also one of the main threats is habitat degradation and destruction of essential shark habitats. This particularly can affect is affected by coastal development, and can particularly affect species such as the lemon shark that exhibit native phylopatry. So they basically the females go back to the place where they were born to give birth themselves. Other threats include pollution, marine debris, particularly from entanglement, and microplastic aspiration by filter feeding species such as the basking shark and whale shark, and of course the climate change. The effects of ocean warming, acidification, and deoxygenation, also referred to as deadly trio, which impacts prey availability, habitat quality, physiology, and so on. But the decline is not due just to threats themselves. It's due to a combination of certain factors instead. For example, the rate at which these threats are increasing in magnitude and speed, how exposed they are. The trend is the larger the shark is, the least productive or lower, the lower its productivity is in comparison to smaller sharks. Also, if their habitat range is in proximity to the coast or densely human populated areas, and if their depth range is limited, so the more exposed to these threats or human impact the sharks will be. These paired with their life history and poor and inadequate management in some countries is what overall contributes to their global decline. So these are the factors that come into play, and some things that we should consider is probably conducting an ecological risk assessment, also known as ERA, abbreviated, particularly a productive and susceptibility assessment, which is essentially a semi-quantitative test or assessment, in which we evaluate the productivity of the sharks using certain parameters, and compared it or measure that with a certain threat they might be facing, and using susceptibility for parameters of that specific threat. I'm not going to go over all of these parameters, but this is a list that can be used for it. For instance, in susceptibility parameters, we also should consider the behavior in response to, for example, if the threat we're considering is fishing, let it be commercial or recreational fishing. One of the things we could look over is the behavior or change in behavior in response to that fishing, if they're changing their migration patterns and aggregations. Also, desirability and value, if we are overfishing the specific stock, or if they're already overfished. Also fishing effort versus product value. If it has a low fishing effort or and high it's a highly valued species and so forth. Even though Puerto Rico has a complicated baseline and catch history, we do have some studies that have been done studying the abundance, the relative abundance. For example, there was the Global Finprint Initiative led by the Florida International University and carried out here in Puerto Rico by HJR Reefscaping from 2017 to 2018. In which they use video remote underwater videos to assess elasmobranch diversity and relative abundance in the south and west of Puerto Rico within a coral reef habitat. So in the sample sites, they found that their findings were in line with previous findings that there's a low elasmobranch overall, low elasmobranch diversity and relative abundance in Caribbean coral reefs, and also low presence to absence of large predatory sharks, suggesting low population sizes of this specific group. When we speak about large predatory sharks, we need to consider that these are sharks that are 10 feet or longer that live in tropical waters and are predators, not filter feeders. Like the basking and the whale shark, which are very can be large species. And we also need to consider that these sharks are typically the ones that assume the top predator position within oceanic trophic webs. And with this, they assume important ecological roles that also expand beyond the ecological scope and can be economically important as well. For instance, they exert top-down population control that overall maintains balance and health within an ecosystem, and which other commercially important species could be depending on. They're also weeding out the sick and the dead, is spreading help avoid the spread of disease. And they also perform other roles that are being undertaken by also mesopredatory sharks, which are smaller sharks. And once they assume this position, they could be also carrying out a function as a keystone species, which is basically one of the factors that holds an ecosystem together. And the loss, which means that the loss of these sharks could lead to direct and indirect effects ecologically and economically as well. And something we need to consider about this is that because of the fact that they are large predatory sharks, or because of their size, they could be more exposed to certain threats than other sharks, especially if they're coastal sharks that inhabit inland and erratic environments. Something that we should consider is social environmental studies, because this could actually bring a bigger insight into what we're dealing with. The shark populations we have and their condition also may suggest what other efforts need to be brought forth in order to complement management strategies, such as workshops and resources. I say this because there's this study that was led by Emmanuel Maldonado with HJR Reefscaping in Isla Mar regarding the sharks and race of Puerto Rico, in which they conducted a series of interviews and analysis to a group of stakeholders, 3 groups, fishers, conservationists, and the general public. And they found that actually lack of information leads to negative perception, and that there's a link that connects knowledge to a more positive perception for sharks. And that they also mentioned that there's an interest in learning about sharks and race in Puerto Rico, and there is a dire need to be able to learn to tell similar species apart. That way they can know what species they're dealing with and whether they're protected, regulated, or not. And there is a specific group that also mentioned alternatives to shark fishing within the study. So following if we take, for example, the Global Finprint Initiative and follow their findings on the absence or low presence of large predatory sharks, and we follow this criteria, large sharks, predators that are possibly top consumers and assuming important ecological roles within the environment, and coastal, that they have a habitat range in proximity to the coast, inland and erratic habitat range, which makes them more exposed to human impact and have an overall low productivity. We could be measuring their susceptibility, and we'll get these species. From these species, they do all their productivity parameters, they can range from low to in between low and moderate productivity or score. But from these species, these four had extremely low productivity. And what I mean by this is that all 9 parameters assessed for these species had a low score. And from these guys, the scallop hammerhead is already protected in territorial waters because of the endangered species or its listing on the Endangered Species Act and according to the new Wildlife Act of Puerto Rico. So we're left with these 3 guys. And an important thing that we should do along with this, if we ever go forth with a management strategy to regulate or protect these species in territorial waters, is we need a heavy educational effort with it, especially concerning shark ID, particularly for the dusky sharks, because this shark can be easily confused with other members of their family, such as the Caribbean reef shark, the silky shark, the Galapagos shark, and other species as well. So with this, there are certain, of course, some challenges we need to face head on. Species identification, we can improve that. We can also improve data collection on landings, and not only including landings, also discards and releases if possible. That's something that was suggested in Michelle Chatter's paper in 2019 and other authors. We could also be improving our enforcement of current regulations and addressing misinterpretation of current regulations, just to keep people informed in what applies and what does not, and where, if it's in federal waters and territorial waters. And also something we need to do is keep filling in the gap of these data poor species, keep filling in the gaps of information. And a problem that I've seen or noticed is that there's not enough research. So something very, very important we can do about that is motivate and incentivize students and push educators to develop courses and training so they can take on shark biology and ecology research. Currently, I'm working on with a colleague named Seisho Song on a photographic ID of shark species, and also developing workshops of shark ID. And as I said, we could work together to improve data collection sheets and improve just communication overall. These are my, hold on. I think it's frozen. But what it was next is my references. And if you have any concern or question, please let me know. I wanted also to give a special thanks to Michelle Charel and Emmanuel Maldonado for filling in the gaps for me regarding this specific topic in management. So thank you so much to them for helping with that. And this is my personal information. So thank you.
Okay, I have Kevin and then Graciela. And
Hi, Kevin McCarthy, Southeast Fisheries Science Center. Great talk, really interesting. So my group at the Science Center is starting, we don't have a good handle on sharks. We also don't have a terribly good handle on the highly migratory species. So we want to look at that, the fishery aspects of both of those things. And so we're going to start that this summer. So it would be great to get with you and talk about how we can combine efforts and get something, get some good information going.
Absolutely. Yeah, I can give you my my business card. Thank you.
Vanessa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Vanessa Ramirez for the record. I have to say, I have seen you in action in those tables and orientations that you give. And it's very impressive for me to look how not only the way that you express the importance of the sharks in our habitats, also the way that people react when you spread the word of they are not the movies that we have seen, or at least our fishermen and new generation are very scared of sharks. So I wish that you can work more with the outreach and education in the council and spread this in very, very important information with the fishermen. And not only that, also with the restaurants. And because I remember in the 90s, and there was a target for the shark's fillet. And then suddenly that disappeared, especially in the West Coast. No one wants more meat shark. And for the past, I think, 2 years, we have seen this growing again. But many restaurants that are serving fillet, they don't even know what they are serving. So it's very important to spread this information, especially the tables that you have about identification, the right ones and the ones that have to continue being protected. And I wish, as I told you, that you could be in the Fish Festival in Puerto Real for the next summer. It's very important, the work that you're doing. I'm very happy to hear that Kevin says that you could start sharing this information and working together, because believe me, for the people that is down there, especially the new generation of fishermen, they get very scared, and sadly they are killing sharks down there and just letting in there without knowing what they are killing. Thanks.
Thank you, Vanessa. Absolutely. I would love to be the part of that. And you can count on me on whatever you need.
Graciela.
Okay, so we deal with the EEZ. I didn't see any of the sharks that are really associated with the deepwater snapper grouper fisheries, the 6 gill and things like that. We are in need of identifying all those associated with that fishery and things like the spiny dogfish, for which there are fisheries in other areas, and that they are a pest for the deepwater snapper, especially for the queen snapper fishers. So, you know, in that sense, we need to think about that that realm. The one thing that I noticed regarding, I mean, most of these sharks are territorial, right? And being territorial, the scale at which we're talking about here in Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands does not compare to where most of these sharks exist in larger numbers. So that's another thing that we need to consider, you know, the basic scale of difference. And especially when we're talking about spawning grounds or mating grounds like the hammerheads of Guanica, or the popping grounds in the area of Ceiba and Aguao. So these are things that we need to bring to our attention because of our efforts for EBFM, ecosystem-based fishery management.
Yeah, definitely. I would like to for there to be more students interested, in assessing sharks that exhibit site fidelity here in Puerto Rico, because that could have important implications regarding the habitat they're occupying and whether or not this area has been exploited or not. But yeah, for this presentation, I wanted to focus on coastal sharks first. But definitely, if you let me, I will keep talking about the necessities for deep water sharks. There was a recent paper that was published recently about the threat of the deep water shark species are facing today because of their liver oil that is used for multiple stuff. You wouldn't even believe, like candle making and vaccines and medicines and whatnot. But and also the pelagic realm as well is something that we should definitely be talking about. But yeah, I just focus on the ones that are could be more exposed for now, but there's a huge bunch of them that we should take a look into, and also the mesopredatory sharks that are coastal and could also be performing important roles within the environment and could be threatened as well at a certain degree.
So specifically for the coastal pelagics, I mean, that territoriality in terms of their spawning areas, because I don't know if you've looked at the historical information regarding, for example, when the Navy was here and the attack on all the macos because they were man-eating. I mean, there are impressive pictures everywhere. And the same thing with the recreational harvest and the commercial harvest of sharks, because they were part of the man-eating problem with commercial and recreational fisheries. So those things, you know, in terms of the historical information and from pictures, you can identify specifically what species they are. I will offer, if you are interested, a number of names that were associated with that time when shark was everywhere, you know, pinchos and filet and you name it, they were available everywhere. So they do have a collection of photographs from those times. So that we should be able to make available. But the identification of the species, for all the placemats that we had for Fish ID would be perfect for the sharks identification things. I mean, restaurants really love them. So thank you very much for
Thank you.
Maria.
Thank you for your presentation. So I have a question regarding regulations and in terms of challenges, in terms of state versus federal regulations, if there is an issue there. I know sharks are not under the purview of the council, but it's with this in multi-species fisheries like the ones in Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands, we have our fishers fish for reef fish, but they may also go fishing for sharks, etc. So there's that connection with what we do over here, plus sharks being HMS, HMS species managed also by NOAA fisheries. So what about challenges that you encounter or you have seen in terms of management and confusion of regulations or things like that? If you can please tell us a little bit about that.
Absolutely. What I have observed is that there is like I mentioned in the presentation, a dire need for people to be able to tell apart a very similar species, especially sharks from the Carcharinidae family, because some of them have HMS regulations and the other don't. Something else that I've noticed is that not everyone is on the same page into concerning what applies where. Because I've seen documents of that says that HMS regulations apply in federal waters and also in territorial waters. And if you ask around, they say no, they only apply in federal waters, and some other person could be telling you otherwise. So this generates a lot of confusion within fishers because they don't know like what they could catch or not, or land or not. So they often get scared and just like even though the shark is already dead and they're not gonna use it because of the fact that they don't know like to separate them, tell them apart, and they don't know whether a regulation applies where they capture the shark or not. They just discard it, and yeah, it basically goes to waste. But yeah, commercially speaking. So yeah, those are a few things that I've noticed and also heard about often. Yeah, sure.
Miguel.
Well, thank you for accepting the invitation of discussing Guayanilla, but please send me an email with the specific regulation that you think should be addressed by the local government. And although the council does not have that much leeway in terms of what we do with the sharks, it's as HMS, they are included in the ecosystem plan. But things that we can do now is that we can help you with the outreach and education. So you can send me an email with a copy to Dr. Alida Ortiz and Cristina, identifying topics that you think are important in terms of outreach and education that we can do in a fact sheet, maybe a little booklet identifying the sharks. But we all know in order to identify a shark, you have to have an ichthyology next to you, and sometimes you have to take the sample back to be able to tell them apart, unless they are a hammerhead. And the other thing that we have discussed before is in Puerto Rico, there's shark on different names. Bacalao, empanadillas de chapín. They have filet, they have chips kebab. La Palguera is the guy from the Dominican Republic, used to sell shark and meat as pork,
yeah,
as chicken, anything but shark. And he was selling that, and we have a meeting, and one of the friends we have said, you better get the hell out of here. Miguel is on the second floor, and he's going to come down here to talk about people, and they will apprehend anybody selling shark on the different names. The point is that even the Sea Grant, when they have these issues, and they have all kind of activities regarding outreach and education, which I believe is important. So thank you again for accepting the invitation. Please send us that email as soon as you can. One, to talk about the possible regulation that we can discuss with the local governments and or the federal. And then the immediate thing that we can do, immediate mean within 2024, outreach and education topics that you think are important that we can help you with. Alida Ortiz will have a summer meeting of the outreach and education. So we have time to consider topics that you think are important.
Yeah.
For the shark fishery and the shark population itself.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you for bringing the names up because common names of sharks here in Puerto Rico actually vary regionally. And while some sharks are known by a certain name and some other places are known by a totally different name, and that can generate a lot of confusion. And it's something that could be good on orienting or just teaching others about.
Graciela, and then we have a chat.
So a request, anything that you have on GIS on the distribution of these species for the EBFM approach would be really appreciated. We're developing a fishery ecosystem plan, and that would include, although we don't have management of the sharks per se, but they are the top predators on our fisheries. So all that collaboration, you can let Mihai know or me know. We would appreciate that. Thanks.
Yeah, sure. I don't have a lot of information, but you could definitely for example, for the global finprint data, you can contact Michelle. She has reports and paper for it. But yeah, like anything I have, I can send it out.
Chat.
Michelle Shatter. Currently, there is a Department of Marine Sciences UPR student, Glorimar Franchi, also working with deep water sharks. And Delis Ortiz, thank you, Wanda. Please feel free to reach out to me if you need any clarification on HMS regulations on federal waters as you work on local shark regulations.
Okay.
Thank you.
I want to thank you. And, sharks have a safe haven on St. Croix. We don't target them at all. We don't hunt sharks. They're a nuisance to us because they take all our fish, especially when the wahoos are running. Before you get to land them, they take the wahoos. So they have a safe haven in St. Croix.
And Janet wanted me to remind you that there's a series of videos accessible from different social media platforms about the sharks and current situations that we've tried to be, dealing with. We've been dealing with for a while now. So if you need that information, you can always hop on our social platforms and see those videos.
So one more thing, I just remember that the council had the tiger group or spawning irrigation surveys that we were conducted in the 90s. I think it was Jesus Leon is over here somewhere. So that our main problem there was the sharks attacking the fish as they were pulling them out. But I don't think that anyone did any identification of what sharks there were. So spawning irrigation for us is a problem when we have too many sharks.
Okay. Thank you, Wanda. We're gonna take a quick 5 minutes because it didn't have a break on the schedule here for this afternoon. So a quick 5 and then we'll get back to finishing up. Okay, we gotta get going so we can finish up for the day. Hello. Alrighty, we're gonna get back to work here. Settle down. Alrighty, so we're gonna continue with the district advisory panel reports. We're gonna start with Julia McGrath.
Well, it's very simple. Julia McGrath for the record. We only had one meeting so far this year. You guys listening? All right, I'm done. So we only had one meeting back in February 21st where we received two presentations. One was from the environmental justice team, Brent and Heather Blau. And then we had another presentation on the permits by Sarah Stevenson and Maria Lopez. And out of that, we were able to come up with 6 items, which was presented to the EEG team. And yesterday I was happy to see that a couple of those items were chosen for funding. So I don't need to list them, but all of that was provided. And actually at that meeting, you know, my team normally likes me to leave with what I think. So at that meeting, I did things a little bit different, and I made them come up with the items that we chose. And all I did was review them and make sure the wording was correct, and I submitted it. I didn't had anything to do with it, but being there full support, because going forward, that's one of the things that I want to see is more engagement from the people who sit in these committees. As for the permits, we decided to table that for right now, but as Miguel said yesterday, Gerson and myself will join Nelson at his meeting sometime here in the summer, July, ending part of July. And we're gonna look over the process that they're gonna be trying to do for one of their species or more than one. Maybe we might even do a little input and have some discussions, and then from there we can decide if there's something in each one of our island-based fishery management plans platforms that we think that a permit might work. So it's work in progress. One thing that I must say, you know, over the last few meetings, we have been working more and more closely together, the 3 chairs of the 3 different platforms. And I find that to be very important, because even though we manage each of our areas, which are way different, sometimes we see something for their area and they would see something for our area, and we're able to collaborate and help each other out, which I think is very, very important. So guys, thank you for us, you know, working together and continue to work together. One other thing that I'm going to give is some good news. MREP is coming up, and it's coming up quickly. It's, you know, in St. Croix, and we have right now 37 fishers, between recreational sports fishers, commercial fishers, between the St. Thomas, St. John, and the St. Croix district that will be participating, besides the steering committees, the planning committee, and the different individuals, federal and local agencies that will be presenting to these fishers. I'm very excited that this is taking place on St. Croix. There was only one that took place in St. Thomas in 2017. I was part of that also. But this is going to be the first time that we're able to give education like this to the St. Croix guys at a large scale. And coming from St. Thomas, with the help of the Fishermen's Association and my DAP members, we were able to get 8 young fishers to sign up for this event. When I say young, some of them, our starting age is 18 years old for the meeting, for the training. And I think it's 6 of them who's 18 years old. And they're actually running their dad's boat or they're fishing with their uncle's boat. So both male and female. And they will all be traveling with me. And I'm really, really looking forward for this opportunity for them to learn and started to get involved in the process like we have done. I already have been asked once they receive their certificates, what does that mean? Well, it means that they can get more involved and learn more, even join the DAP, join different committees, the Fishery Advisory Committee. I think this is going to be a great opportunity and a stepping stone for these fishers. So I'm really, really looking forward for that. You know, there's several people in this room that will be participating in it. Me and Carlos Fischetti are the moderators. So, you know, it's going to be great. And thank you for everyone that's supporting the effort in us to do this, you know, Fish and Wildlife and their team, Noah and their team, everyone. It's going to be exciting. And I think when we report in August, I'm sure Courtney and her team, she couldn't be on today to speak about it. She has a full day meeting, but I told her I would do for her. I think once they give the report back to the council, you guys will be very excited and happy. So that concludes my report for today. I'm open for any questions.
Thank you, Julian. Question for Julian? Hearing none, we have Gerson Martinez, St. Croix DAP.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, everybody. My name is Gerson Martinez. I always say that I admire Mr. McGrath, and I always tell him if he ever runs for governor, I will vote for him because he will look out for us. With that meeting, Brent brought a presentation. I'm very proud of my fishermen. When MRAP started talking about meetings, I was pushing for the meetings to go over to St. Thomas because I had the feeling that our fishermen was not going to go. But I forgot that there's a new generation of young fishermen that are very enthusiastic of being involved. They ask me a lot of questions, and when they told me the numbers of our fishermen that are coming, I was really glad that these guys are wanting to be part of all of this process. I always tell them I'm only one voice, I can only do so much. But when there's more people together, things can happen. Well, my points that we came to was increased collaboration between scientists and fishermen. We have issues with the availability and climate changes. Also, encourage, that's one main thing that I would say, encourage young people to get involved in fisheries. Our chair said today that they should put that in the curriculum. I totally agree with him because there's not a lot of people that are enthusiastic of being a fisherman because so much negative to be put towards us. We are the monsters. We are the guys that are taking everything out of the sea. But a lot of people don't see that we are also involved in decision making. We are also involved in protecting our resource. And we would like our future generations to see our view, our side of the picture, that we are here to live out of the resource, but also protect it for our future generations. Also, we need managers to work closely to monitor our resource with the fishermen. And I think that's about it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Gerson. Any questions for Gerson? Hearing none. Well, next is Nelson Crespo, DAP, St. Puerto Rico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the past DAP joint meeting, a subcommittee was created to discuss the possibility of this council considering the alternative of establishing a federal permit to fish deep water snapper and grouper in the EEZ around Puerto Rico. This subcommittee met on February 28th, and among the issues related to this permit, it was clarified that the permit can be used to simply document how many fishermen fish for those species, or to control the fishing effort, meaning the number of vessels and fishermen involved that will be allowed for the management of the fishing resource from a sustainable way, and or to address issues related to the socioeconomics or of the resource, or both objectives. If it were to be included, the limited entry mechanisms should be established for these fisheries. It is recommended that the permits have no monetary value and are not transferable without the intervention of the government office in charge of these permits. It is also recommended that a study be carried out on setting a maximum limit on vessels for this fishing, as well as adopting current regulation on fishing year. Also, the DNER representative expressed that if this permit is established, the Puerto Rico government will consider the possibility of promulgating compatibility regulation with this permit to the extent possible, following the local law and regulations. In addition, this council must see if having a federal permit for recreational fishing is warranted. Although this subcommittee conclude that it be recommended to this council to begin the pertinent analysis to see if this permit would be necessary and viable in subsequent consultation with the Puerto Rico DAP member through our chat and phone calls, they understand that it's necessary to hold a face-to-face meeting to clarify doubts and bring additional recommendations before moving forward. Some of the comments they expressed to me are that it's necessary to regulate the size of boats to discourage the rear of boats that have the capacity to fish for several days consecutively without the need to return to port and can make their own ice on board. All fishing must be landing in Puerto Rico to have a good sampling of it. It is necessary to carry out an evaluation of this resource every 5 years. Others also thought that new federal permits for fishing that is not carried out totally in federal waters do not seem appropriate or consistent with the strategy of EEJ. That's conclude my report.
Thank you, Nelson. Any questions for Nelson? No? Vanessa?
Thank you, Nelson. Vanessa Ramirez for the record. Just to be clear, and the points that you are bringing about the report and the deep water snappers are the ones that are going to be also put in with Ricardo in the next consultations that they do?
Yeah, Ricardo attend the meeting as, yeah. That is the comment that he's going to bring on the next meeting.
Okay.
Any further comments or questions for Nelson? Maria.
Maria Lopez. Nelson, can you clarify your last point about the nexus between the permits and the EEJ that you just mentioned?
I just put what the members bring, to my table, but it's one member consider that established permit for a fishery that is not developed only in federal waters is not seems to be appropriate and consistent with the strategy of EEJ. I asked him to explain better what he means, but I never have a feedback from him.
Okay. Anything further for Nelson? Hearing none, thank you much, Nelson. Miguel?
Not for Nelson, but just for the record, we are going to invite Vanessa at that meeting as a member of the council, but also member of the West Coast. So we will let you know if the chair will agree with that. Then we can send you the invitation authority for the meeting.
Okay, thank you. So the next thing on the agenda is shipping lanes. However, in the essence of time, we'll table that for the August meeting since it's going to be on St. Croix. It'll be better to talk about that then. And Lang Bank lies about 8 miles northeast of St. Croix, so maybe a site visit in order. No, just kidding. Walk with your mask and snorkel. You'll see great essential fish habitats. and
Yeah, and I'm fine with you tabling till the next meeting. I think what would be very helpful though is if we could get a description of the issue, even some maps and, graphics, that could be shared with NOAA Fisheries beforehand, and then we could at least start doing some contacts and communication to kind of start researching the issue more thoroughly. So if we could work with you or the USVI government on that.
perfect. I did have a nav chart, but I'll mark it on the nav chart. Yeah. Okay, so the next thing are the enforcement reports. We have Puerto Rico DNR. Daniel?
Daniel Matos Caraballo for the record. The Puerto Rico DNR Rangers Corp Enforcement Report from October 1st. So sorry. Oh, okay. The Puerto Rico DNR Rangers Corp Enforcement Report from October 1st, 2023 to March 31st, 2024. Prepared by Ricardo Lopez Ortiz, Yamire Perez Roman, and Carmen Santiago Cruz. Next slide, please. Okay. In the top of this image, you will see two squares. The border color are green. This is important. The first one is Puerto Rico Fisheries Law 278, and the Rangers intercept 10 persons who unfortunately broke this fishing law. And the second square in green is the Fisheries Regulation 7949. And in the past 6 months, looked like they were able to do 97 interventions with some recreational and commercial fishers who unfortunately broke these regulations. And the rest of the graphic there, regulations for the conservation of territorial waters, anyone who wastes in public or private places, regulation for registration, navigation, and aquatic safety. There are a lot, and also Puerto Rico water navigation safety law. So, but at least 97 persons were intercepted, broken the Puerto Rico fisheries regulation. Next slide, please. So the cases described in details, the law 278, the green square at the left, well, fishing regulated by measures of some species were caught before reach the legal size. Other were doing illegal fishing. That means doing fishing without license or during the closed seasons for some species. And other people use equipment not permitted by the state. This is about the law 278 and about the regulation 7949, use of harpoon and scuba tank without commercial license. This is forbidden. Illegal position of a species in closure date. Lobster does not measure as required by law. So lobster under size of 3.5 inches length. Excuse me, carapace length. 3.5 carapace length. This is the minimum legal size. Possession of queen conch, not complying with the size limit. Fishing in an area not allowed. And excess of queen conch possession on recreational and or commercial fishing. Next slide, please. And yeah, very recently, last Monday, April 8th, the Rangers, sorry, the Rangers intercept few landings, and they were, in compliance. So good news. This is the picture of the bucket with some deep water snappers, and unfortunately, also they intercept an undersized yellowtail snapper. The legal size, the minimum legal size is 10.5 inches for length, and unfortunately, this was a recreational person. So the Rangers continue to work to enforce the fishing regulation on the fishing law. Next slide. If you have questions, you can contact Ricardo Lopez of Yamire Perez at the phones you can see at the screen. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Danielle. Any questions for Danielle? Okay. Hearing none. Thanks again, Danielle.
You're welcome.
Then we have DPNR is not here on this meeting today, and neither is the U.S. Coast Guard. Oh, yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
So no problem, Carla. I don't have any specific statistics other than, our routine inspections as it relates to the JEA were conducted for the quarter. I do know that we have been in communication with NOAA OLE regarding the JEA. I think we're trying to sort out some issues in terms of award and agreement, cost cuts, that kind of thing. So we're still working out those issues right now, as far as I'm aware.
Thank you, Commissioner. Miguel.
Okay, so you have a memorandum of understanding for enforcement with OLE?
So with OLE, it's once every 5 years, I believe, we sign an agreement. We did not have an agreement in place, I believe it's for fiscal year 20 into 21. And then, but we were still conducting the inspections, just not at the volume that's required under the agreement. I think one of the big problems that we have is that the volume that's being requested is not consistent with the $94,000 that they are providing. It's much, much more intensive to get the numbers that is being requested based on boat time, staff hours, those types of things. So trying to sort that out is what we're trying.
Mr. Chairman, because I believe that that's more or less the same issue that we have with Puerto Rico with the agreement. So anyway, we cannot say anything from the point of view of the council, but I'm sure that they take note and they can work together. See if we can. Everybody is now short of money, so we don't expect to have a lot of money. But now that this year is election year, maybe there are some people that are happy to enhance this memorandum of understanding. But for the rest of the group of the council, this is important because both local government and the federal government, they rely on each other to patrol these waters and make it effective enforcement.
Okay, thank you. So no fisheries of law enforcement? Sorry, Sabater?
I have a question in law enforcement. In the newsletter of the Billfish Foundation, and I believe too in IFA or in Hilltop, something about in Puerto Rico on some parts of the states, they're going to put in a regulation on the speed that boats can be in the lanes where whales are. Is that in progress? Does anybody know about that? Because it's all over the Billfish Foundation.
Andy?
Yeah, so what you're referring to is there's currently a vessel speed rule that applies to vessels that are 65 feet and larger on the Atlantic seaboard, and that's intended to reduce the risk to North Atlantic right whales, which are listed as endangered species, and their population is in decline. Threats to right whales currently, the two major threats are vessel strikes and entanglement with fishing gear. It's based on data and information. There's indication that vessels smaller than 65 feet are also negatively affecting the right whale population. And so the agency has proposed a rule. And so it's just a proposed rule at this point that would put vessel speed restrictions in place for vessels that I believe are 40 or 35 feet and larger. Now that's proposed at this point. It hasn't been finalized.
The no law enforcement?
Hi, Pat O'Shaughnessy, Supervising Enforcement Officer for NOAA Office of Law Enforcement. First off, before I get started, Mr. Steltrek covered that rule, but the right whale speed zones don't travel as far south as U.S. Virgin Islands or Puerto Rico. So it's midway down the east coast of Florida. So should that rule get approved and enacted, it would not really impact anybody in Puerto Rico or U.S. Virgin Islands. So it will impact me and everybody north if it does. So welcome, Assistant Director Manny Antoneras passes regards and not being able to attend here. So he hopes to attend again in the future. So next slide. A couple initial reminders, the seasonal spawning closures, grouper species in federal waters off Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands goes through April 30th. So there's 6 more days of that closure. Same with the Graminic Bank. Any non-HMS species is prohibited through April 30th. So 6 more days for that closure. And then the mutton and leen in federal waters off Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands through June 30th. So another 2 months for that. The same with the mutton spawn aggregation area through June 30th. 2, we just wanted to highlight the shark retention prohibitions. 2 sharks have recently been added. The oceanic whitetip and hammerheads are now prohibited sharks throughout all U.S. waters, including the Caribbean. That's a commercial and recreational ban. Obviously, dealers are included as well. And that went into effect February 2nd. And given all the talk with Queen Conch and items now on the Threatened Endangered Species Act, I went back and looked. Hammerheads were added as a threatened species under the ESA in 2013, and oceanic white-tip sharks were added as threatened under the ESA in 2018. So here we are in 2024, and they both have been now added as a prohibited species. Next slide, please. A couple of operations and cases to highlight. First one, we did a joint operation in the Port of Charlotte, St. Thomas, where we had two officers, one from Cape Canaveral, one from Miami, joined Alex Terrera, who's assigned there in St. Thomas, and did a week-long operation where all seafood coming in through the airport, the port, or by ferry from the British Virgin Islands, they inspected all of those shipments as they came in. A couple of minor mislabeling or repackaging seafood products issues came up during that week long, but nothing other, which is good because Alex has done a lot of work educating shippers on what is required to bring things in. I did have a question earlier in the council meeting regarding Queen Con coming in and whether we check for CITES permits, and that is something that Alex does check, has educated CBP extensively on it, so he gets a call for all of those shipments. He checks for both the CITES permits as well as the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service permit, which is required to import any of those species. And he has identified in the last year 3 shipments that did not have the required items. Those items were not allowed entrance into the United States and were sent back to the British Virgin Islands and Anguilla. So Alex is having a big deterrent effect and has educated a lot of overseas shippers and U.S. recipients on what is required to have those shipments come into the United States. Next slide, please. We got a couple of cases to highlight, but since they were all done by Miguel, I'll let him jump in and cover them himself.
Good afternoon. My name is Miguel Borges. I'm the agent for NOAA Office of Law Enforcement here in San Juan, Puerto Rico. I cover all the Caribbean as well. To report for this quarter, I did a underway patrol with DNER in February when we had the closures for the 3 protected areas in the west coast of Puerto Rico. So we patrolled the Bajo de Sico, Abril la Sierra, and Turmarin. During their closures, we boarded several 5 or 6 vessels in the area. We had a couple of violations. One of them was Red Hind that was during the close season. Red Hind closes December 1st through last day of February. And one fisherman had a Red Hind on board, so he was fined. Summary settlement was sent and paid for that violation. We also had another violation in another vessel, but that's still in investigation. We'll talk about that one probably in August. That was one of the patrols. So next slide, please. Then other cases that we have to report are criminal cases. We could start with one on the bottom, endangered species. We charged an individual with a ESA take, sea turtle. That was back in last year. I think it was like in October. He was sentenced to 1 year probation and some fines. So that we concluded that case, criminal case. And the most recent case is that eel case, which is a more interesting case because it's just the species is so different, something that we don't see that often. Almost nobody even knew that we had that amount of eels. That case was, so Coast Guard called me with a case that they stopped the vessel. You can see that that's the one showed in that top right picture. And they stopped it north of Puerto Rico and they had 22 bags of live eels. You see that picture there. It's like juvenile stage. They're called glass eels. And here I want to do a shout out to DNER, which helped us immensely during that case. Specifically, Ricardo Lopez was constantly on the phone with me answering calls. He had a little more knowledge on that species, so we thank him for that help. I think that was during a meeting of the DAP, and he was both on the call and on the meeting as well. So anyways, there were 2 individuals from the Dominican Republic exporting over 100,000 eels, live eels from Puerto Rico. supposedly caught in the rivers of Puerto Rico. And we discovered that this is a multi-million-dollar industry that's going on in the Chinese market. The Chinese market buys all those eels, they grow them, and then they sell them, mostly for sushi. The importance of this species is that so far they haven't been able to be reproduced in captivity, so they need the wild one. So it's very, very lucrative business. There's also huge cases, criminal cases in the East Coast of the United States, in Virginia and Maryland, with trafficking of these eels to China. Both individuals were arrested. The Coast Guard stopped them. We took the case, NOAA, along with Fish and Wildlife, and transferred the two individuals to us and all the evidence with the 22 bags full of eels. We charged the two individuals with 3 felony charges: 1 lazy act trafficking, smuggling goods from the United States, and failure to heave 2. That failure to heave is that they didn't stop upon command from the Coast Guard, so Coast Guard had to use force to stop the vessel. So the 3 felony charges. So that was a very recent case last month, so it's still ongoing. I think that's all for that case. Next slide.
That's everything we had. I did want to highlight, I commend that video for the descending device that was shown. That was a fantastic video, and I'm glad to see that it's come down here. The South Atlantic Council back in July 15, 2020, enacted the descending device rule for all South Atlantic fisheries. Every snapper, grouper vessel, both commercial and recreational, are required to have a descending device on board, and it's supposed to be readily available, rigged and ready. And we've been enforcing that for the last 4 years. And just talking to the fishermen, they'll readily admit, particularly the commercial, no longer do you see a line of fish behind the vessel that are floating, unable to get to the bottom, because the descending device works so well. Yes, people use venting tools, but unless you're a professional and you vent it properly, you often do more damage poking that fish in your intent to try to save it, and it doesn't make it to the bottom and survive, so it could be counted and caught in the future. So I'm excited to see that video was out there, and I hope it gets some wide viewing, because it has shown some tangible results in the South Atlantic. And that's all Oeli has, unless anyone has any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Oeli? Okay, we have someone on the chat.
Michelle Shatter. Are the 2 species of shark retention prohibitions applicable in local Puerto Rico and USVI waters as well, or only in the EEZ?
That would be in all U.S. waters, not solely the EEZ.
Mr. Chairman, the last question from Pat is very important, because the reason we started, Marcos and I started discussing this issue, was exactly because of the South Atlantic. When we talked to the South Atlantic Council, they have this, and the idea is to have it throughout the Southeast region. So we wanted to have this opportunity to give orientation, a written education first. But the idea that Marcos wanted is to see if there's room for a regulation similar to what they have in South Atlantic. So far, the fishermen are receptive for this, but they all wanted to know what is involved. How can we have this descending device? So I'm glad that you mentioned that today.
Yeah, one other thing I'll point out about the South Atlantic regs, although it makes it somewhat difficult for law enforcement, but you could have a self-produced device as well. So if you design and make something yourself, a hook with the barb clipped off and a weight, and you can attach it and show that it works. We've even had milk crates, weighted milk crates, where they put the fish in the milk crate, drop the weight on, it goes to the bottom, you jerk the milk crate up, and the fish swims out. So it does provide that availability to folks to design their own device, that they don't have to purchase one from somewhere else. So,
Julian?
Julian McGrath for the record. I just want to once again extend gratitude for all the work that Alex has been doing in St. Thomas, St. John. You know, I work very closely with him. Anytime I see any issues, I can call him. I actually called him at 7 o'clock this morning with an issue. I sent him the information that was posted on Facebook, and he told me he was going to go and investigate it tomorrow because it's happening. Tomorrow. It's happening tomorrow. So he's going to go and investigate a shipment of fish that's coming in from Dominica. So, and any issues that we have had, you know, he has been right on top of it once he's available. And also the good thing that you mentioned is the education that not only gives to the different areas, but he also gives it to the fishermen. So I am very grateful for all the work that he's been doing in the USVI. Thank you.
Chat.
Michelle Shatter. Is the case of traps found inside the Red Hind Bank MCD still ongoing?
Yes, I could take that. Yes, that's still an ongoing case. Hopefully we could report on it once it's finished, maybe in August. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. And
But the traps were taken out. Just to clear that. Yes.
okay, thank you. I'm kind of glad to hear about that the two sharks, the white tip and the hammerhead, are actually to the shoreline is prohibited take. So when I go back, I'm gonna have enforcement do some outreach to the fishers because I don't think they're aware of that right now. Thanks. And no more questions for enforcement. Thank you. Oh, Gerson.
Good afternoon, Gerson Martinez for the record. We can also add it in our chat. Almost 80 people will get that automatically, and that would run
Yeah.
with them.
Very, very good point. Thanks. And May 8th at the FAC, remind me, we put that on the agenda.
I was saying that we're going to put that in our chat. We have a chat for the St. Croix fisherman. We're going to put that in so that word will be spread.
Okay, next on the agenda is advisory body membership.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Following the procedure that we have, which is we have closed session to discuss all this. We have recommendations for you to consider today for all the panels that are within the advisory body groups that we have. I consulted with the three chairs, Julian, Gerson, and Nelson Crespo, regarding the composition of their advisory panels at this time. In the case of the Puerto Rico advisory panel, we are submitting for your consideration the reappointment of Gary Wayne Rogers, Joel Gonzalez, Jose Char, Edwin Javier Arocho, Carlos Velázquez, Nelson Crespo, you better appoint that guy, Roberto Silva, Gustavo Cruzado Rodríguez, Cedric Taquin, for another term in the Puerto Rico district advisory panel. And the way that we have it is once I read this, you say, so I move, then you second, and then you discuss. And fine. So we need a so I move, a second, and a vote.
Vanessa Ramirez for the record, so I move.
Craig Lloyd James, second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll take it to a vote. Just a general.
And say, all in favor, say aye.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Any abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries.
And then Nelson will bring for the next meeting some suggestion as to one open seat that we have at the Puerto Rico District Advisory Panel. And Nelson or anybody actually from Puerto Rico who knows the fisherman, that recreational or commercial or a member of the industry, could be a restaurateur or seller or dealer, for the council to consider that appointment. Okay. In the case of St. Thomas and John, the group recommends to reappoint Gregory Ledet, Julian McGrath, Larry Bryan, Ruth Gomez, Joshua Cattell, Shirley Ledet, Gilbert Matthew Levan, Elizabeth Cadison, now she's a member of the SSC, so you have a vacancy in the DFP. You will see that in the next recommendation. Jessica Peterson and Winston Ledet. Christy Berry and Colin Butler will retire by the end of the year, but you can reappoint them then. That's the information I got from Julia. And then Julia will bring at the meeting in December possible candidates to replace those two people who are going to retire this year from the DAP in St. Thomas. We also but need another motion for accommodation. So the first motion will be to reappoint the people I just read for the record.
Vanessa Ramirez for the record, so move.
James Craigler, second.
Okay, Vanessa motion, Craig Lowe second. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll take it to a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Any abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries.
And the last motion regarding the AP St. Thomas, we have a vacancy there. And we have a friend of us who would like to be considered for membership in the DAP. Tony Blanchard, a former member of the council for 9 years. And I tell you, when he left, he was the vice chair of the council. I believe that everybody knows Tony. So recommendation by Julian is for the council to consider appointment of Louis Blanchard for a term as a DAP St. Thomas and John member.
Vanessa Ramirez for the record, so move.
James Craigler, second.
Motion by Vanessa, seconded by Craig Lowe. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll take it to a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Any abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next one, we consulted with Gerson Martinez and himself regarding the DAP San Croix. Tom Daly is retiring from, so we have a vacant there. You can bring to the next council meeting a replacement for that position. But at this time, we would like you to consider reappointment of Randy Brewenton, Edward Schuster, Patricia Scott, Mike Fuller, Gerson Martinez, Marcia Taylor, William Tobias, Michael Font, and Michelle Pugh.
Vanessa Ramirez for the record, so move.
James Craigler, second.
Moved by Vanessa, seconded by Craig Lowe. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Any abstentions? Hearing none, motion carried.
Then we have two spaces that Sir and Thomas, as I mentioned, that should be considered for the next meeting. So I encourage people for St. Croix to bring candidates for the DAP St. Croix to fill those two vacancies. We have one open seat, and it was suggested to have Gerson Martinez Jr. For a term as member of the DAP St. Croix. Yeah, we need a motion.
Vanessa Ramirez for the record, so move.
James Craigler, second.
Motion by Vanessa, seconded by Craig Lowe. Any discussion? All in favor for Nikito? Say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Any abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries.
Then the next group is the advisory panel. And we are here recommending reappointment for another term of Alida Ortiz, present chair of the OAP. Stephanie Diaz, Janet Ramos, Nicole Grillo, Ruth Gomez, Wilmary Roman, Gerson Martinez, Kim Iverson, Emily Murston, Leandro de la Cruz, and Edian Rios. In the case of Kim Anderson and Emily, they represent the Gulf Council and the South Atlantic Council. They have been instrumental in sharing information between the three councils. We have learned from each other. They have copied things from us, and we have copied others from them. Christina and Diana attend the meetings that they have every year. And they also working with them. It's part of the, how do you call the panel? That name? Jesus. Original Education Panel of the South Atlantic Council. The last one for the appointment is Wilson Santiago.
Vanessa Ramirez, so move.
James Craigler, second.
Motion by Vanessa, seconded by Craig Lowe. Any discussions? Hearing none, we'll take it to a vote. Everybody, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Any abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You must be tired of my voice already, so I will ask Graciela to tell us about the Scientific and Statistical Committee. We need to replace one, fill one vacant.
Okay. So we would need a motion to reappoint all of the SSC members that are in place now. I'm going to read their names for the record. Jorge Garcia Saiz, Richard Appledorn, Juan J. Cruz Mota, Todd Gedamke, Eric H. Williams, Michelle Teixeira Umpierre, Vance Vicenter, Walter Kitley, Tarsila Ciara, and Jason Cope.
Vanessa Ramirez, so move.
James Craigler, second.
Motion by Vanessa, seconded by Craig Lowe. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any nays? Any abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as Miguel said, we do have one vacancy in the SSC. There is a new recommendation for Elizabeth Caddison from the U.S. Virgin Islands to be appointed to the SSC.
James Craigler, so moved.
Vanessa Ramirez, second.
Motion by James Craig Lowe, seconded by Vanessa. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? One nay. Any abstention? Motion carried.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That finished the advisory vote section.
Okay, do we have anything for other business?
Oh, it's up to you guys.
Kevin?
So I saw that there was a something in the chat. There was a question in the chat from Michelle.
She said Tarsila Ciara is no longer on the SSC.
We talked so quick that she didn't learn. She is a member of the SSC for another term.
So just to follow up on that, I know at one time there was some question on whether she'd be able to continue, but it turns out she will be. Okay, terrific. Thank you.
Okay. Any other business? So we have a 5-minute public comment period. Anyone? No public comments in the chat. Oh, okay. No, okay. We're good. All righty. The next meeting will be in August. On St. Croix, on the beautiful island of St. Croix. And the date would be, I think somewhere.
Okay, I already made the other pertinent reservations for the conference room at the Buccaneer Hotel. So I will be sending everybody the link for entering and making the reservations. Please, when you receive it, make those reservations as soon as possible. Thank you.
Do we have the date? Is it the 11th and 12th?
Yeah. If you have 13. 13 and 14 of August.
13th and 14th of August.
And we also would like to encourage you to make your airplane reservations on time because there's only one airline with it, Avión Gordito. The others are the little scary small planes. So we're serious about it.
So we only have a couple big airlines that come to St. Croix, American, Delta, and Spirit, but Delta is like once a week.
We have two. We have Silver and Cape Air.
Yeah, but
Cape Fair is very expensive.
those are
Silver,
mosquitoes.
They don't cancel a lot of flights.
Yeah, Cape Air, we used to call it Cape Fear because of
Kevin?
Yeah, just a quick question. This is Kevin McCarthy, Science Center. Do we know yet when the SSC meeting will be? That's normally a week or two ahead, or is that yet to be determined?
Graciela, you have an idea? Yet to be determined? Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so before we sign off, I want to give a special thank you to our translator, Señor Cordero. And our recording technician, Alberto Fort. and oh yes, and the technician for Cordero, Suare. There we go. Give him a hand. And also for our behind the scenes staff, Christina and Leah Hyde. Thank you. And Kiara. Where's Kiara? Oh, Kiara. Okay. So thank you very much. This meeting is adjourned. It is 4:44. April, my God, 24, 2024.